For our viewing audience, please introduce yourself and let them know what you do for the mission.
My name is Katie Romano. I am the online sales manager for Waterfront Rescue Mission, and also there is some relation, maybe.
Wow, so you actually claim me.
It's true. It's
Okay,
true.
okay. Well, that's good. That's good. So how long have you been working at the mission?
I just had my 4 year anniversary in August.
Stop lying. Has it been 4
It's
years?
been 4 years.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I mean, because I'm just over 4 years, so my 5 year anniversary will be next March. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very good. So, I was actually sharing with Aaron, some of the great things that you have done in the online store as far as new platforms and things of that nature. Can you just give like maybe a broad synopsis, excuse me, of what the online store does, what platforms it's on, and how people can access it?
Definitely. A lot of people might be finding out for the first time now that we have an online store.
It's the
So I'll
best
start
kept
by
secret.
saying, yeah, you can find us at waterfrontonline.org. That's our main website that we run. It's hosted by Shopify. And then one of our bigger platforms is eBay. You can find us there at Waterfront Rescue Mission. And our most recent platform that we've introduced is Etsy. We got that just a couple months ago. So those are the three places that we are listing right now. Also, Facebook Marketplace is a smaller channel for us, but we're looking to introduce as many as possible over the coming years as they become available through our integration software,
Which is
Upright Labs.
okay.
So that manages our inventory management, the listing process, our discount cycles, kind of all of the back end framework for listing.
Very nice. One of the things I was pointing out to Aaron was the idea that we're able to access other markets that are not in our wheelhouse. I shared the jeweler that you cultivated a relationship with that's in Northern California.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about that process a little bit. How do these people find us? How do you cultivate the relationship to make them repeat customers?
Well, that customer in particular, his name is Danny. He found us through a listing that we had online. It was a particularly expensive bracelet that we had available, and he himself is a jeweler who kind of scours eBay for items like that. So that's how he initially found us, is because we matched a search that he was searching for. And then he asked us, do you have any similar items? Is there anything else? Do you list these items frequently? Which we do.
Hmm.
And so we just remained in contact with him and let him know whenever we listed more items that he might want. So that's just one example of how we might get in contact with a customer who becomes a repeat buyer, is by connecting with them on eBay. It's usually because we've matched a search, and there's someone who collects that kind of item. Um, and then so we make our items available for shipping so we can access those people who are farther away from just our local customer base.
Okay, and I also shared with them that we have shipped overseas.
Yes.
What are some of the areas that we have shipped to?
Well, now we've shipped to quite a few areas now. We one of our first international sales was Spain. We've shipped to
Nice.
Italy, a lot
What,
to
what?
Mexico and Canada, obviously being our closest neighbors, but also places you wouldn't necessarily expect. Guam, Puerto Rico is one that we
Really?
do a lot, which is not international but overseas.
It's
And
that's crazy.
yeah, so we have quite a few really interesting, like South Africa. Um,
Really?
mhm.
We
I think
haven't
we've hit every continent now.
really.
Yes, I believe so. I would
That
have to go and look at that, but we're certainly expanding.
that's amazing. And one of the things I also shared with Aaron, some of the things that we still continue to do is, putting the one message in with each shipment that we send out and everything like that, and how important that is. But good heavens, I didn't realize it had gotten so broad across the globe. So we're international. That's awesome.
Hmm. Definitely. I mean, it's a really cool opportunity for people who would never otherwise, hear about us or what we do
Absolutely.
to
I
get a
mean,
little tidbit about us.
that's fantastic. That an organization that's basically centered here in Pensacola can have an international reach in sharing the gospel and providing rescue and recovery services here locally through dollars generated through online sales. That's amazing. Let me ask you this: what what is the weirdest thing that has been donated to the mission that we have listed, perhaps?
Let me think about that. I mean, we get really interesting things
Okay.
a lot. Um, I think things I find most interesting are usually the ones that are really like antique. And especially when we can fully verify that they're antique. I mean, we've gotten pocket watches that were from the early 1800s,
Really?
and because the serial numbers are so like strictly recorded, we can verify exactly when they were produced and they're still in working condition, which is pretty amazing. Things like that are always really interesting. And then we get some really obscure items. I think the weirdest thing I can think of off the top of my head was a cowboy hat that had a taxidermied cobra wrapped around the brim.
I remember seeing that hat
It was
actually.
great. It sold for like $650. The
Oh
snake
my
was
gosh.
like this on the front of the hat,
Mm.
and I would love to see the outfit that it went with, but that was one of the weirder ones.
That's definitely a niche buyer right there. That's just not something you go into J.C. Penney's and pick up for yourself for a weekend.
Not typically. I've never seen it.
I've been around the block a few times. I've never seen anything like that either. So that's pretty impressive. But you don't know what people are looking for. There's obviously a need that was met through our online store. That's awesome. And okay, well, and so speak to the process of how we identify things that we put on the online store through our production departments in each of the stores.
So in each one of our 7 thrift stores, there's somebody who's in charge of identifying items that might be suitable for online sale, whether they are highly collectible or vintage or antique or anything like that, fine jewelry items.
Hmm.
And then they come to us for a more meticulous research process. So they come in, we do a pre-sort on them to see what this is, if it's authentic. Luxury items need to be authenticated pretty rigorously. And then they go into the listing process where we identify all of the details about them. Um, if we need to verify their authenticity as a luxury item, their age as an antique, anything like that, we get as much information as we can to include in the description. Enter as many item details as we can, especially for eBay's algorithm. And then we take pictures of it, put it in our inventory system, and it waits on the shelf until someone either picks it up locally or it gets shipped out.
And that's fantastic. And do we participate in big sale days like Black Friday and stuff like that?
We do Black Friday. That's the big one that we do for online, because it's really the one that people engage with the most. Other than that, we have a clearance section that's always running,
Hmm.
because that remains one of our more popular categories. People like to shop that gifts under 50 category and then check out our Black Friday. So those are the two ones that we really focus on.
Fantastic. That's awesome. And so you got the online store rocking and rolling.
It's going really well. Things are going really well for us this year.
Very nice.
Mhm.
Very nice. What do you see the online store moving into next, maybe in 2026?
Well, I hope that more platforms will become immediately available to us. Depop is one that I would really like for us to be on because it's become one of the more popular platforms for kids, like people under 18 who have a lot of disposable income to spend on clothing. So I'd love for us to be able to tap into that. Also big for vintage and jewelry, which is one of our bigger categories. Um, and other than that, just looking at expanding our volume as much as possible over the next year.
Okay. And so do we also participate in any pop-up items or pop-up events?
Yes, we did our first pop-up market last December, and we have another one coming up in November on the 30th. We'll be at Blue Wahoo Stadium at the community flea market,
Ooh,
set up for that. So that'll be kind of like a holiday themed market for vendors like us who have vintage or handmade items, or just clearing out some things in their closet that they want to share. So that's something that we're looking to get into more as well, so that we can get out into the community, let people know that we have the online store, and share more about the mission as well to make sure those two things are connected.
wow, awesome. That's fantastic. And of course, everything that you do goes straight to the ministry side of things, and the entire retail side actually goes straight to the ministry side of things. And we keep all of the funds that we generate local here and as well as in Mobile. That's awesome. Well, so I've been asking a lot of questions. Are there any questions you might have for me?
I do have some questions. I have a list,
Everybody's got a list.
um,
Why has everybody got a list?
so I can remember.
Everybody's going old school too with paper, and some been coming with their phones and iPads and whatnots.
Well, I
So,
wanted to print mine out.
oh wow, you
Um,
got a lot on that
well, I
thing of
have some
paper.
of Donovan's as well that he
Is that
wanted to
front
ask.
and back?
Front and back. So actually, one I don't have written down that I thought of. I wanted to ask if you, because you were talking about advice earlier that you give to a homeless person or a volunteer. If
You
you
were
could,
paying attention.
I've been watching. I have been watching. If you could give a piece of advice to yourself 4.5 years ago,
Oh my gosh.
what would it be? Like stepping into this role, if there was like one thing that you could say, this is what you need to know.
That's a great question. Oh my gosh, I'm not sure other than to just stay focused and don't get distracted. You know, from time to time, in my position, you have to deal with some um, challenging situations, and things can be very distracting, and you can take your eye off the prize every now and then. So I guess my first piece of advice to my 4.5 uh, years later self would be just stay focused on your goals. Just try not to get distracted, and just keeping on doing the best you possibly can for the mission, because we have a very high touch organization. We deal with very complex individuals from time to time, you know, all across the board, and that can take its toll on an individual. And so if you're not staying focused on what you're trying to do, you can easily get off track. We talked about earlier about being on mission, or mission drift, I should say. And you can get off to tangents, and different conversations or whatever, and get distracted. And so staying focused is the key. If you stay focused, then you're going to accomplish all your goals.
That's good. That's good advice.
Thank you.
All right, let me get into some of my list questions.
Okay.
This is something you might have already touched on, but what's the biggest myth that you'd like to dispel about homelessness or about the mission?
Well, actually, I have touched on this earlier, and one of the biggest myths, one of the biggest knocks, actually, or criticisms that we have gotten from the beginning, from when I started, from probably even before that, was, we don't feed people or house people until they accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior.
Hmm.
And I've already addressed this many times tonight, but that's absolutely absurd. That's how we earn their trust, is we bring them in, we get them settled in, we get them comfortable, we feed them, we clothe them, we give them access to the resources, and then we encourage our clients and our guests to go to chapel, but it's absolutely not required. And a lot of people think we force people to go to chapel, and that's just not the case.
Hmm.
It's highly encouraged, but then we also require them to be in the lobby area if they don't want to participate in chapel, because we don't have a huge staff that we can have people running throughout the mission while we're doing chapel. So we do ask them to stay in the lobby area so we can kind of keep an eye on everything, make sure everybody is safe and secure while everybody else is in chapel. So that's probably the biggest myth that I can debunk against the Waterfront Rescue Mission.
I think that's an important one. That's something that I've definitely heard during my time working in the retail side, just as a general myth.
I know.
But I imagine even the people who may not be coming from a faith-based perspective would benefit from the fellowship and community time that chapel would offer.
Absolutely. And more times than not, they participate in chapel. We have very few that, refuse to go into chapel, or choose not to go into chapel. And, that's their choice. But again, we encourage it, but we don't require it, for sure.
Okay. And kind of on that same note, you mentioned the I had no idea tour. Is what would you say is like the number one thing that people are surprised to learn about the mission when they maybe tour
Well, I
or get
think
to know us?
I think there's two things that stand out for me. The I had no idea tour really highlights all the services and all the resources we provide to the community, people realize that, or they think, we just feed people, or we're just a thrift store. And so they had no idea that we do all these other things. We have all these other programs like the Veterans Program, Working Homeless, Chronically Homeless, work training, and various other programs, our addiction recovery program. So people had no idea we had all these different services that we provide to them. And then one of the other things is that people are absolutely amazed at the size and cleanliness of our mission. Our teams take great pride in our facilities. And I talked a little bit about it, that some people just have this negative image of what a homeless shelter is supposed to look like because of how they're depicted in the movies and on TV. It's this dark, dingy place, and there's someone over in the corner that's passed out from something, and you're kind of walking through it very gingerly, and it's just not the case. It's a welcoming, open environment. We've even invested dollars into changing the color schemes up so it'd be even more welcoming. We want people to come in here and feel at home as soon as they walk through our doors. And then, of course, seeing our big display above the check-in counter. If you don't have a friend in the world, you'll find one here. That's very inviting. That's very encouraging to someone that might be just terrified to even be here on campus.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's good. Okay, let me get into a couple of Donovan's questions real quick.
Okay.
Which I thought these were pretty good. You touched a little bit already on mental health care and what kind of psychiatric care is available, and that was one of his questions.
Okay.
Another question he had is, what is Waterfront's relationship with local representatives and government officials? Do we have partnerships in place with government to help alleviate homelessness?
Well, so we don't necessarily have partnerships, but we do collaborate. In fact, we'll have elected officials here tomorrow morning to have conversations on a bench. But I have taken a stronger tact in meeting with county commissioners. We're in the county. We're not necessarily in the city limits, but we also have supporters on the city council that I speak with, throughout the year. And we just try to identify ways that we can meet and collaborate and, pool resources at times. And we're having some really strong conversations about some unintended consequences with people trying to help the homeless through panhandling, through dropping off food on street corners and stuff like that. And, we just want to be able to keep everybody safe. And then just not be enablers at the same time. One of the unintended consequences is if people just continue to get, they don't realize that they have to sometimes reciprocate and give back.
Mm-hmm.
And so we want to make sure that they have expectations and they move into a more sustainable lifestyle. Living on the street is a tough haul. Was that Panther? I think that was Panther. Where's Panther?
There she is. Someone give Panther a mic.
Yeah, give her a mic. She's got something to say. Hey, stop. Come on. Hi, buddy. She's just gonna walk on through. Oh, just stay right there then.
I hope they can see her.
I don't know. We may have to do a zoom in on Panther.
They did earlier.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Panther. Hey, buddy. Anyways, I'm sorry, what was the question again? I got distracted.
Talking about local government and our relationships.
Absolutely. So we have strong supporters. We're going to hear from one tomorrow morning, obviously. I've had several conversations with several of the county commissioners. We have partnerships with, emergency management, who will also be represented here tomorrow. Excuse me. But, it is an ongoing challenge, to say the least, to meet them on their turf, kind of, so to speak. So what's going to be sad is that if our viewership goes up because of Panther, I'm just going to be like so disappointed in myself. So yeah. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
And kind of on a related note, there's been some changes recently here in Florida that I'm aware of. just in terms of the ordinance banning like sleeping in public or camping in public. How has that affected the mission in terms of just maybe increased capacity or?
Well, so when that ordinance went into effect last year, I believe, we did see a spike in people coming to the mission. But one of the reasons why we're having conversations with the county commissioners is that the ordinance really doesn't go a long way in defining what public camping actually is.
Mm-hmm.
And so individuals that are just kind of hanging out on the sidewalks in public areas and things of that nature are not technically breaking the ordinance or breaking the law. It's only at the nighttime hours that really comes into play. But again, people are our community, I should say, are so generous. They want to just help them where they're at, and some people just want to let them be, and but that's not a real sustainable life choice, and so we're trying to help them move into a different um, journey for their life. And so we're working with the county commissioners, we're working with the city officials to see how we can help individuals move from point A to point B. Yeah.
Okay, good. Is there a similar ordinance in place in Alabama, or is there any difference between the two states that alters our approach between the two missions?
No, not really. They're actually quite similar in nature. The mission over in Mobile is actually within the city limits, and so it falls under the city government. But then the city of Alabama has enacted certain ordinances where it doesn't allow homelessness in public areas overnight. And so a lot of people have found themselves moving just outside the city limits. And so it becomes a little bit more difficult for them to make it to the mission by nightfall.
Mm-hmm.
So we have seen a little bit of a disruption in the numbers over in Mobile, but they still are at a very high level, comparatively speaking, from over the last several years.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Let me see what else I've got. Okay, since launching Hope for Her about a year ago now,
Mm-hmm.
what have we learned in the women's service sphere of things?
Oh, wow. Um, the thing that has been the most eye-opening point about providing women's overnight emergency shelter services is um, the the trek you have to take with women versus men. And I think we've touched on it many times this evening, but one of the things we talked about was the level of trauma associated with women experiencing homelessness
Mm-hmm.
can be twice as much, if not three times as much as more as men. And so dealing with that kind of trauma is a challenge in and of itself. And it's one of the reasons why we've partnered with Survivor-Led Solutions and Alicia Tappan, who will be here tomorrow as well, to talk about her role in helping us train our staff, not just the women chaplains, but also the men chaplains, on how to identify it, how to address it. Hold on. We're talking here.
That sounded really close by.
It did really actually sound close. They did a flyby apparently, did a swoop down. Anyways, so yeah, so the biggest difference is really the amount of trauma, and one of the other contributing factors for that trauma for women is most likely it's been at the hands of a man.
Mm-hmm.
So our chaplains, our male chaplains, in fact, have to be aware of that and just be able to identify that. If there's a situation where one of our male chaplains is trying to help one of our female clients or vice versa, our female chaplains helping our male chaplains, there are just simple differences between helping men and women. And it goes way back to some trigger point in their past that has got them to this situation.
Mm-hmm. So you would say, is trauma and maybe like abusive situations a larger cause for homelessness among women, compared to like addiction or mental illness?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily call it a cause, but it certainly is a contributing factor. It almost goes hand in hand with some of the other factors of homelessness, like mental illness or addiction and things of that nature.
Mhm.
But also abusive households play a huge part in homelessness in women, from what I have gathered over the last year.
Mhm. And I know, I mean, right now we're not equipped to take women with children. Um,
Not technically.
Not technically, but do we have a partner organization or somewhere that we refer families that have children with them?
Yeah, so I spoke about this earlier. First of all, there's not a ton of providers out there that address women with children, and so there's always an opportunity. The oh gosh, I have it here with me actually. I shared it earlier, and I just can't think of the name of it. Of course, it won't be somewhere quick. Um, no, no, that's not it. Well, I'll have to find it. I'll look through these during one of our breaks, and I'll report on it back
Okay.
when I can get it. But there are a couple of organizations in this area that help, that we work with and partner with, for children and women with children.
Mhm. That's good. I was surprised to learn, this time last year that when we launched Hope for Her, we were one of really the only organizations that was providing that kind of service for women.
One of only about two or three,
Hmm.
and we're still doing it.
And that's key.
Yes.
Um, After like the launch of Hope for Her and Aruka, the respite center, is there any other like major project that's coming down the pike for the mission?
Well, I've been talking about it throughout the evening, but we've done. In fact, I just had an extensive discussion about it with Aaron, about our strategic plan for the next 5 years.
Hmm.
And there's obviously some things on track that I would like to accomplish in the very short future, and that would be obviously a standalone facility for our addiction recovery program, which would allow us to expand services on this campus as well as the campus over in Mobile. Perhaps maybe expand into a secondary, location campus, and then maybe making one dedicated for men and one dedicated for women. The need is there, and so if I were to identify two wish list items, those would be my first two wish list items.
Those are good. Those are good. I know you already have talked about, but one of my questions was like, what portion of homeless people are making more of a lifestyle choice, like to live nomadically, versus really facing like a kind of insurmountable challenge, whether that be like economic, lack
Yeah.
of affordable housing or an addiction or something like that.
Well, yeah, so we talked a little bit about the different levels of homelessness, different causes of homelessness. From our perspective, the top two reasons for homelessness are mental illness and addiction, or a combination thereof. But there are also smaller factions of individuals that find themselves getting kicked out of their homes because they can't afford the rents, and there's abusive family situations, and so people find refuge in the streets and stuff like that. So, but there are a number of people that choose to live homeless. Um, I don't think we can put an accurate number on it, but if I were a betting individual, I'd say it's probably less than 10% of the population of homeless people that we encounter that truly, live that nomadic life and just kind of go from shelter to shelter, and just, have checked out of society, so to speak. So,
So maybe a smaller portion of people than some would assume.
yes,
Okay.
yes, I would say so.
So, something, I don't know if you've touched on this yet or not, but something that I've heard people ask that some people might be wondering is why we don't give items away at the thrift store, like why that isn't part of our ministry.
Well, it actually is a part of our ministry. So, if someone that is experiencing homelessness presents at one of our thrift stores, especially one of our thrift stores that are not locally near one of our missions, of course, we only have two missions, but we have 7 thrift stores. They're absolutely authorized to be able to help them with clothing, shoes, things of that nature. We all will often offer deep discounts to individuals that are experiencing hardships,
Mhm.
that find themselves misplaced or displaced out of a living situation. So we do actually give away things at the thrift store on a case-by-case situation. Of course, we also have our clothing closet where we are, anybody that comes up is, welcome to go in there and get whatever they need because it's that important.
Good. I think that would be a part of my I had no idea tour of the thrift store as well. That's a common question. Um, I think that's the last question that I had down on my list.
Okay.
Follow-up question. Who would you say is your favorite child between me and Donovan? Just so I can have it on the record.
Hmm. Should I go by height? Well, so let me take a moment here and just share some things with you real quick. So, obviously I had a speech this past week for the Akramarsa thing, and you didn't see it, but I have it. I was going to share it with you. After I spoke about my second most um, important relationship anchor being your mom. I spoke about my third most important relationship anchor, which is Donovan. No, I'm,
That's
I,
good. That's good. And then the cats, and then I'm
and then the
somewhere
cats
like ninth.
are two Chihuahua. No, of course, obviously you and the interesting thing, and I know we're joking about it now, but it the 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 portion I wrote about you and how I rely on you for so many different things, I couldn't get through it. And it was, I'm sure, quite embarrassing for people to watch me up there not get through it. But I ended up being able to just kind of, you know, utter, she's just awesome. And so I didn't realize it was going to affect me the way it did. But, you truly are my heart. And the reason why I enjoy working here as much as I do is because I get to do it with you. Um, I know, I'm not always over there and we don't always get to talk, but when we do get to talk and share thoughts and ideas, it's truly the highlight of my week. I don't care what Dave Barrera says. It's not meeting with him or the rest of the executive team. So, there's a favorite employee. I'm just joking.
And not by height.
And not by height. No, no, not by height. But yeah, so I, you are fantabulous,
Thank you.
and I think part of the reason why you strive to do so well, I mean, you have your own personal initiatives of just doing the best job you possibly can, but part of the things that I said in the speech is that you also have a servant heart. And it's evident in just about everything you do. You put everybody's thoughts and feelings above your own, and I'm just proud to be a part of it. And I will share one other thing with you. I said in my speech I wrote to use some of today's vernacular. My biggest flex is being Katie's dad.
Thank you.
So.
That was very on fleek of you to say.
Okay. Great. Now I got to go look up something else.
No, I will say, not only are you obviously the reason I got connected to the mission to learn about what it is and get into the position that I have now, but you're also the reason I enjoy doing my job and why I'm sticking around for the long haul.
Well, awesome. Awesome. So we're stuck.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Very nice. I appreciate it.
Is there anything you haven't been asked yet that you were hoping someone was going to ask you?
Oh, really? We've covered so much. We've talked about everything the mission does, all the different supporting roles that we have in the mission, like the retail people, the administrative people, the online store, of course, you know, is there something we haven't been asked yet? No, I mean, we've also asked some silly questions as well as too, like who's my favorite child? Clearly, there's a clear choice, but he is a very distant second.
He's got the son-in-law spot secured.
He is my favorite son-in-law by far, absolutely. Um, no, I can't think of anything. Of course, I say that now, and we have just a, a ton of people that are going to be coming over the next hours, and to come and talk to me. I'm sure something will be asked, and I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Um, you know, we've talked about why Waterfront. Why do we do the things we do? I attribute a lot to the fact that, Randy was in my life. Uncle Randy was in my life for so many years, and how my mom and dad approached parenting him. It wasn't any different than the way they parented, Becky and Dana and myself, and that was a key thing in my early development years. We were always at the Special Olympics. We were always at Royal Palm School volunteering and just being with Randy and his classmates. And that, I think, really shaped me for who I am as a leader, and why I get so much out of trying to help other people. And I truly believe it was because of my brother Randy, not so much my sisters, who of course both showed up here before.
I was going to ask about that as well. Did they have any interesting questions to ask?
Actually, Dana, and I don't think Becky has asked any interesting questions, but Dana brought me that hat.
That looks great.
Isn't that great? That is a Waterfront new logo hat. I really like it. And then Becky came by shortly after we got started, and so and she somehow got roped into helping bring in some things that someone was delivering to the mission. So just it's her servant heart as well. So both of them actually have a strong servant heart, as does your mom. Quite frankly, she'll give the shirt off her back to even Donovan. So, well, you only have 8 more hours to fill. So what else do you want to talk about?
Let me start. I'll start freestyling. How about that? Give me a topic. We'll do some slam poetry.
I have actually been threatened with Dave Udit to come out here and do a bunch of dad jokes.
Do a type 5. He just does a stand-up routine.
he has, I think his list of dad jokes that he has on his phone is up to over 450.
So
I'm like, oh my gosh.
I think it was in the 400s last time that we spoke. That would be fun. I will say, Aunt Dana, if you're watching this, that I would also like a hat. So I have that to add.
Well, she did make 2. One was for you, but she said she had messed up on one of the letters in the other one. I'm like, well, I'm not taking that one.
That's funny. Do you have any other questions for me?
Well, okay, sure. So, I've already kind of asked the question about where do you see the online store. Where do you see the retail division as a whole moving into the next 5 years?
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, I only think it's going to get bigger. I think that not only am I personally seeing an increase in online shopping, especially since COVID, that's just become more popular, but also a really big increase in people shopping secondhand in general, online and in store. I think people are recognizing, especially, people in my generation, that it's a much more affordable way to shop. It's a lot more sustainable and a lot more ethical in a lot of ways, because you know exactly what your money's supporting, and that it can stay local. I mean, when you shop at our thrift store here, the money travels directly across the street. So I really see that it's probably going to expand more and more over the next few years.
Yeah, that's actually something we have been promoting here lately, is that, shop with a purpose. Obviously, we have all new signage in the stores, but then we also want them to know that the dollars generated at our thrift stores stay in the local communities. it goes to support the mission here in Pensacola, it goes to the mission over in Mobile. But then we also give back to the communities where our stores are. We don't have a mission located currently. And so that's important, because there are some organizations out there that have centralized administrative type functions, and so the money gets filtered out of the community, and we don't do that.
Hmm. I think more people are becoming cognizant of those things and making more conscious decisions of where they're going to invest their money, because of factors like that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you, Miss Romano.
Thank you.
Favorite child. Number one. Donovan can be number two.
That's funny. He can be number one son. I'll take number one daughter.
Okay. When is he coming back again? The 15th?
Yes.
Okay, so that's just next week.
Hmm.
That's awesome. Donovan is obviously Katie's husband, my son-in-law, and he has been doing a traveling work experience as an electrician up in Indiana. So he's been enjoying that. But I know he misses you and wants to be back down here so that he can hear an earful about how Miami beat Notre Dame. I've been holding it in for several weeks now. So he has that to look forward to.
He talks about it every
I'm
day.
sure he does. I'm sure he does. So go Canes. So anywho, but we are very excited about him being home soon. So we'll obviously have to get together and go out for
Yeah,
sure.
definitely.
And we'll leave your mom and him at home, and we'll go do something.
What are you doing now?
Does this not count? I guess this counts. So, all right. Well, thank you for coming and participating with me on Conversations on a Bench, and we'll talk very soon, sweetie.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
All right. Ti voglio bene.
Too bad. Set this down.
You can just set that down. Yeah. Oh. Can I show me to take this with you? All right, baby. Thank you again. Love you too.
Kind of cold out here.
No, it's still. I do. Oh. Oh. I am so annoyed at Panther. She has not come up to say hello to me yet.
I was telling Katie, I think she really wants to get in your lap because she was sitting behind the brick next to you and she kept poking her head around looking at
That still compared. Well, this actually does feel a little better.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna do it like this, maybe. See what this feels like. We'll see. We'll wing this. We'll figure this out.
Do you want to put that on your back, maybe?
No, I'll just adjust as we go, I guess.
Yeah, I started out without any of this, for about the first 2 or 3 hours or something like that, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna have to do something.
Yeah, yeah. Because I heard you talking the parallel, and it's like that's crazy.
Oh goodness. All right. So are we back on, sir? Yeah, the mic is not super sensitive, so you'll have to hold it close.
Do I gotta do a mic check?
No, it's
How do I
actually
know?
been working. We're good. So we're good to
Okay.
go. So we're live again.
Okay.
So good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. How are you, man? You're looking good. All right. How's
Oh,
that?
well, thank you. I appreciate it. Can I ask you a favor? Could you please introduce yourself to our
my
viewing?
name's Mike Warner. My wife Michelle and I got a little street ministry we do, and we've touched base with quite a number of homeless people. And I guess I could say that if you go from Lowe's, maybe up here to Cache America Pond, that's our little strip. And we've met, I think, over 110 people just in our first week
Oh, wow.
when we started. That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago. That's fantastic. So first of all, thank you
Yeah.
for the work that you are doing with the homeless population.
Yeah.
What brought you to reach out to Waterfront?
Well, a couple things actually. The dynamic is shifting for us. So there was, we had met a number of people. We've been getting people into rehab.
Mhm.
And there was a turning point in June, and I was trying to help a guy get an ID.
Mhm.
I was like, wow, this is tough. This is really tough. And so I managed to get an ID in a different state. Took him to a different state to get an ID.
Okay.
Because that's where he had a resident. We could
Sure.
we could establish him. And he ended up putting down the wrong mailing address, so we were not going to receive that ID. So we went back and we tried another time.
hmm
And after the fact, he screwed up again because he was anxious. The person had him worked up. He wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
So we were going for three-peat. So in the interim, I was like, I got to find another resource because my wife and I have kind of been winging this all on our own. And so we reached out to somebody, which led to somebody who led to somebody. And I said, at that point, I was like, we need to start meeting the community partners. I mean, it's just us. We're not a nonprofit. It's just a husband and wife doing this. And I was like, we need to start meeting community partners.
hmm
So like I was shared with you when we first met, we want to get to know you folks so you get to know who we are. Not that we're going to probably always see each other,
hmm
but if we have a need or a certain circumstance, we can come to you and go, this is what we're up against, or where can you help us?
Absolutely.
And so this is blossoming into learning relationship with you folks and some other entities. And I've kind of started reaching out to other people. I actually had two people today make contact with us. And one of them is at a ministry for secondary follow-on care treatment. And the director wants to meet us
Okay.
because of this person. And so, you know, opening doors. So it's opening doors. So we're starting to get our fingers into it a little deeper
Okay.
and pivot around. And so when this whole thing came up, it became important that I meet you. And then when I saw this opportunity, I thought, let's take a shot. Let's see what this does and go from there. Because, you know, it's just interesting.
Well, it truly is. And first of all, Mike, thank you for showing up at the 2 o'clock hour.
Oh,
You know, you'd be surprised how hard it was to find individuals that wanted to come and talk at 2 o'clock in the morning.
right.
So first of all, thank you for that,
Well, look.
and say thank you to your wife when you see her.
Thanks, Michelle.
Oh, yes.
Thanks, babe.
So tell me a little bit about what you were seeing in your own neighborhood that made you feel like you and your wife had to get involved.
well, it wasn't our particular neighborhood.
Okay.
What happened it was in the summer, and it just started out innocuously. She's an empath. She's just a straight up empath. And so one day she says to me, honey, can we go buy some water and go give it to the homeless people? And I wasn't really there. I wasn't thinking that way. And
Okay.
so I was like, yeah, why not? So we break out the cooler, we go Walmart, buy a bunch of water, ice, and we came down the strip here. We just started meeting people, passing out water. And then it went from water, it turned into Gatorade and water. So then we're buying waters and Gatorade. Well, that didn't seem to be enough. But they're hungry. All right, so then we threw in oranges. So water, Gatorade, and oranges. Then it added bananas.
Okay.
And then, and then it turned into clothing and sleeping bags. And we're at estate sales and we're snagging up stuff and we're getting wheeling dealing for things. Our house turned into a storage facility.
Okay.
We were just getting loaded up. And it's like earlier you mentioned, like somebody asked you what kind of needs you have, right? And you mentioned underwear and socks. So the tip is socks. You go to estate sales, you buy them in bulk, and you dump them off. Because that's where, we would get there was one estate sale I can speak to, probably 150 pair of socks
Oh, wow.
for $12.
We can put good use to
You
that.
can put good use to that
Sure.
because they don't wash the socks. They throw the socks away and put on a new pair of socks, right? So those are good resources, estate sales, to snag that stuff up for donation purposes.
Okay.
There's a tip.
Okay. Well, thank you.
So anyways, and then our primary focus though was more ministry related. We wanted to talk about what Jesus does for you, God's bigger plan and your purpose in life. And we understand that the real foundation is in Christ.
Amen.
It's really not it is in programs, but the rock, we talk the rock, Christ is the foundation for true success in recovery.
Absolutely.
That's what we believe in our hearts. And I kind of frame it and preface it that programs are sand, Christ is the rock.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yep.
And you can navigate your way around it all you want, but until you get on the rock and establish yourself, you're not going to be as successful. And one of the things that was really interesting, it happened twice in one day. I've always had this thing, if I had a choice, if I could take half the people in an AA program and take them down a Christian journey, and then come a year later and see where people's lives are, I think I'd see something happen, right?
Sure.
So twice in the same day, when I'm taking this gentleman to this place to go get his ID card, we're sitting in there, and some guy hears me mention Waterfront, and he starts talking about Waterfront, and he was an addict, a former addict, and he starts telling me his story. He's 18 years clean. He's driving for this trucking company, and he's been doing it. He hit the 5-year mark, and he's throwing 22% of his weekly salary into his 401k.
That's fantastic.
And they're matching him. And he starts telling me about his rental property he bought, and then another one that a family bequeathed him through an estate. And so he's got it clicking. But at the end, though, he goes, I don't need no AA. Jesus is my sobriety. I was like, touche, brother. Just, touche. Well, that evening, I'm looking for a resource for somebody. And I'm talking to this new contact of mine. And this person felt compelled to tell me their story.
Of course.
I didn't have time for the story at the time. I honestly didn't. But it was interjected on the third occasion. I thought I need to shut up and listen to what she has to say.
Okay.
So I shut up and listen to what she has to say. So she tells me her story. And when she gets to the end, what does she say? I don't need no AA. Jesus is my sobriety. I'm like, what?
Fantastic.
I'm like, this is this confirmation, right? So it's kind of has this nuance. And so in the context of this, we've got, I'm going to say, like a core group of homeless people that we know them. I mean, we have friendship and relationship with.
Mm-hmm.
And right now we got a gentleman in Alabama in recovery program. We're trying to get another one over there to that recovery program because they're stay as long as you want. If they can stay there 15 months, 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Depends how involved they get. They can, like I think the director at this one facility has been there. He was a recovering person and he's been running the place for 24 years.
Oh, wow.
So, and so through this process, we've had the opportunity. So we go to Road to Recovery with some of our folks,
Mm-hmm.
and we sit in on the family night group meetings. And so we get to interact with all these different people, and we're meeting people through there. So what we do now is we give them our phone number. You need to talk to somebody, you want to talk something out, hit us up.
Okay.
And so that's kind of how we're navigating that. So we just want to start using all these resources that are around us, because it's a heavy lift. What you guys do is a heavy lift. And so when we were invited to a committee, my very first meeting being exposed to this at this big level,
Mm-hmm.
we're on a micro level. You're on a macro level.
Sure.
We're on the streets, right? You guys are big picture. But when I was in this meeting and all these people started saying where they're from and who they're with, and you can even look at the 211 book, it still isn't the big picture.
Mm-hmm.
It is so huge. And I was like, my gosh, if the people in the public really knew just the absolute size of this problem and the depth and scope to this, it would blow their minds.
Oh,
Right? Because the
Absolutely.
average person who just drives by a homeless person just sees a homeless person,
she's one homeless person.
sees a homeless person.
Right.
And so, and we've been fortunate enough to actually establish relationships. So, for example, there was a particular older woman who was 69 at the time. She was living under a trailer.
Under
A trailer.
Oh, wow.
She had a home there, and the place where the trailer resided allowed her to stay there because she kept it tidy and she was no bother to anybody. It was well kept. She took
Okay.
care of it. Well, one particular night she was sharing with us, somebody for the first time in her whole homeless life touched her under this. And we said, that's it. You're moving in with us. So we moved her in our house.
Okay.
We put her up. So this person's 69. Imagine this. You're 69 years old. You have an addiction.
Mm-hmm.
You've had a sad life story.
Right.
You don't trust nobody. And you're going to trust us enough to move into our house. Right? And so we broke it to her in a kind way that we'd like to take her to a place to see if she'd like to stay. So we brought her to the house, introduced her to the house, and asked her if she would be willing to stay for a bit so we can get her established. So she's 69 years old, no ID, no Social Security, no Medicare, no nothing. So that was a eye opener.
Mm-hmm.
So to try to make her as comfortable as possible. So she had her own room. She couldn't drink and smoke in the house, right? But we can't take her autonomy completely away. So we bought her a greenhouse,
Okay.
a little greenhouse, put a heater in it, radio, so she can drink her beer and smoke her cigarettes in her own little space. And so that kind of took on its own little life. It was quite a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And the story gets sad, though. The story gets sad because I had to leave town because my father had a stroke.
Mm.
And while I was gone, she broke her femur.
Oh, no.
So she had to go to the hospital. And she ended up in rehab. And she was stuck in rehab for 5 months because of how medical things go with your income and healthcare. She couldn't have this amount of money. She had to deplete money down to get into an assisted living facility.
Okay.
It was really quite the process. And so it took 5.5 months, I think, to get her into an assisted living facility. but she's been homeless for so long, and she's somewhat feral, I would say. Just put it as kind as I can.
Sure.
And I could probably be kinder, but very kind of feral, would be truthful. And so once so a person's in a facility like that, you can give them rules. No drinking, no smoking, pot, whatever that is. You break these rules, you're gone. Well, it's not that easy, right? Because these people are very savvy and they know what's going on and they know what they can do and not do and how far they can push it. So it ultimately came down to this. You either act up till we have to go and get a judgment, a court to tell you you're gone, or you walk out that door without signing out. You're never coming back in. What do you think ended up happening? She hated it so bad, she attacked her roommate.
Oh no.
And she said, that's it. Took what little she had, walk out that door, and she's back on the streets. Now she's 71. And when we bumped into her, she's angry at us, of course. You know, you take it for what it is. And, you know, the sad part is people don't understand this, to what you know. Some people are content being homeless. She's absolutely proud of herself that she's homeless. Absolutely proud. It's sad, but she's very proud of it. And, but the person has such potential too, because I think she could write a story. The story would be phenomenal.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal story. But this thing has maturated into its own thing. So because of health issues, it can't really walk the streets like we used to. So we've been kind of letting the Lord lead us through this. And now he's just bringing people to us.
Okay.
We don't have to go out on the street. It's just it's dumbfounding how this is happening. But we're meeting resources. Like I can tell you 3 months ago, I wouldn't know where to put a woman on the street. I knew about you guys, right? I wasn't familiar with it enough. And I didn't know if you could take children, but I'm learning about all these other resources out there and starting to be able to plug people in. Or where do I go to get a bike where I'm not paying for the bike? I got a resource for a bike. I got just things are falling into play. So I just think it's really important that the public actually gets aware of how bad this is. So if you talk stories, you've heard some stories, I'm sure, but I don't think the public understands. Like if you were to take the Hardys down here, the old Hardys across from Crystal's.
Sure.
My wife and I actually toyed with the idea of buying that place to turn it into some kind of center. Right. And so what's so amazing about it though is, first, it wasn't practical, but we're excited, right?
Sure.
We want to help. But the interesting thing about it is all the people we met, I had every skill set to fully restore that facility. You talk every skill and trade. I mean, I had met a lawyer. We had met a lawyer, a psychologist. I mean, you name it. We could have put a little center right there, lickety split, and we wouldn't have had to hire nobody to do it. We'd have to be the general contractor, if you will, pull the permits, you know, let these people do the work under us, but we had every skill to do it. And it's just amazing the talent that's out there, right? But what trips them up? What trips them up? Because you've hit on that, right? That core, what's that central thing that turned your lives upside down? And some of the ugly ones are being raped by your own father, your uncle, molested by uncles, men being raped by their own fathers, sex trafficked, sold to gangs. Some of the stories that are out there, they're horrendous. And some of these people, I mean, we met a woman who's, I think coming on, I want to say it's coming on close to a year and a half after 43 years of meth addiction. But still, the core crux problems haven't been resolved, right? And so what happens? You have to just wait till it happens again. the getting tripped up. So the stories are unfortunate and they're sad. And when you meet a psychologist that a divorce trips up a psychologist, that's kind of hard to ascertain. For me, it was. I didn't quite understand how that does, but because I was through an ugly divorce, but we're all different and we all have that particular breaking point. So that's the challenge for facilities like yourselves, is how do you get that person to come to terms with the core problem, right? And the person has to be willing to go there.
Oh yeah.
Right. And that's a heavy load. Interesting too is like there was a pretty hard person that hung out down there, very hard. And I didn't ever know how to get to this guy. Never knew it. He got into an argument with one guy one day, something about the Bible. It's the most peculiar thing. But this one guy kept over talking to him, so I finally stood up for him. And ended up saying, why don't you just be quiet so this man can say what he wants to say? And so he finally did, and the guy made his comment. And I said, so what's behind that? He goes, I'll never tell you. Never going to tell you. A few seconds later, he starts crying. He starts sharing what it's like to hold your dead daughter, your dying daughter, and your dying wife in your hands. Ugh. I was like, ugh, that's some tough stuff. So it's just been a journey to watch some of them coming to success. We've got we've known three now. We have three gentlemen who are actually out working. They got a roof over their head. And it's like, this is incredible to watch this come to fruition. And it takes places like this to put that all together, right? And so we've had, I don't know, it's just been so much positivity walking these people through it. This gentleman we're currently working with, he understood where he was as a bubble, right? And if people understand how strong addictions are, this man, Adam, he'll tell you straight up, I just have the thought. I can even tell myself no, but it's so powerful. It's there. I don't know if you guys have experienced, I'm sure you have, somebody trips up in rehab.
Oh, it happens, obviously.
Which is, right? It happens. And you feel bad for them.
Of course.
How do you help somebody change that tape? So this particular person, when I'm trying something different. I'm not a psychologist, but I've been in the Navy 21 years. I've dealt with a lot of people and personalities and stuff. So I use the word currency for him. Like, what's your currency? So I'm trying to get him to understand that if you think kratom, you think currency, and then connect what's your currency. So the currency is a relationship with his daughter, a bicycle, a GED certificate. If that's the best we start with, and if he can start reframing that, I got hope for him, because my gosh, is this guy intelligent? Like, he's the kind of guy I could say to you, hey, if this guy's clean, could you use him here? You'd probably go, oh, absolutely, because he could talk program and he'd be a good asset. But the goal is get to that point, right? How do I help you get to that next level? So it's been challenging and encouraging. I have golly, we have so many stinking stories of what these people go through. Like, this big oak tree right down the road here. So we had a gentleman pass away down that tree, and I hadn't seen him for 3 weeks. We came out every single day, and for 3 weeks he would be in a sleeping bag. And I'd say something to him, leave me alone. And there was a particular Sunday, we were heading back from church, and we stopped at the tree. And for the first time I seen him in that 3 weeks, he's out of his sleeping bag. And I'm like, oh man, how many pounds have you lost? 15 pounds? He's like, no, 22. I go, you got food? No, I ain't got, yeah, I got food. So I go and talk to some of the other folks, and my wife comes back to me and she goes, he's spitting up blood.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, oh, I didn't even notice it. It was all over the ground. And so I go back over by him, and right when I got there, he spit some blood out. I go, we got to get you to the hospital. We got to get an ambulance. And he said, I ain't going. I said, let me get you an ambulance. No, refuse an ambulance. I says, well, if an ambulance shows up, just know I'm behind it, right? So I'm driving home. Excuse me, Matt. We're driving home, and I said to the wife, I go, if we call an ambulance, we're wasting a resource, aren't we? Because he's not going to go. And so we decided not to call the ambulance. These folks that were on the streets had such a relationship with us that evening he died. He died under this tree on a cold, dark night. And it was traumatic for the people that were near him.
Sure.
And one guy, I think he's literally traumatized, but it was enough to motivate him to go to rehab. And now he's out of rehab. He's found the Lord. He's got a full-time job. He's got his Social Security coming in finally. And, but it did something to him. And all those people saw it. And the sad part is this man, we're ministering to a solid 6 months. I knew him pretty good. And I knew how bad he wanted to get back with his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just such a sad story to see this poor man go this way. The interesting thing, though, was there was another gentleman that we had in rehab. He ended up with his roommate, a young guy, and this particular other guy's telling this young guy about this guy who died under the tree. Ends up being this guy's grandkid who's in recovery,
Oh, my
in a
goodness.
recovery program. So we haven't had an opportunity to meet yet. Maybe one day it'll connect where we get to meet the daughter and his grandson. But it's kind of these different things. But I don't want to get on the darkest side yet. But so I'll just throw in I'll give you a homeless tip. Do you know how to make you know what a homeless Big Mac is? So I learned this. The homeless people taught us this. So you buy a cheeseburger,
Mm-hmm.
and some McDonald's will do it. They'll put a squirt of Big Mac sauce on it, a little squirt of Big Mac sauce, and sprinkle lettuce on it. And that's how they get their Big Mac.
Okay.
Did you ever hear of this?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. So that's a homeless Big Mac. So you have to pay the $6. You do the $1.79 deal or whatever that is, and
Okay.
some places will charge you 50 cents. So, anyways, to divert onto you for a moment. Since everybody has asked you these questions about, like when Aaron asked you about your blank check, and you said that spot, how many acres does that look like?
Minimum 50.
Minimum 50?
Yes. Because, one of the things that we will focus on is not necessarily what we're needing now. It's what we think we'll need 10 years from now or 20 years from now. And so that allows us to not only expand our program where it is from now, but it also gives us a growth opportunity down the road if we need it.
So what if I said, why don't you look at 100 to 200 acres and have a massive campus?
I would say, please elaborate.
So in my perfect world, in my head, I see a big campus. And I shared part of this with you, where you had certain tiers of care, but all your community resources are all located within there. You guys, if you get big enough, you could become a major resource center where you have all these other things provided that others do as well.
Sure.
That maybe they could fall under your umbrella, that type of system. Kind of like a one-stop shop.
No, I get it.
Right? One-stop shop. And because I just picture like your recovery center, but housing,
Hmm.
like a small community. I mean, you'd have to have a police force, if you will. Not to say it's a compound, but it's a safe place for people,
Well, absolutely.
right? It's the safe place for people. And but I just got this bigger vision that because like what you were talking about, you're going to run out of space, and you're going to run out of space, and how do you already navigate that kind of thing right now, right? And
Sure.
so, but one of my grandiose thoughts is I'd like to figure out a way that you're like, there's one, like I shared with you, one central, I don't know, like a central thing where we have a little organization that tries to find the grants and the funding and all this stuff to farm it out to entities to take the burden off you guys having to do it. Now, my wife said to me, leave the thrift stores, right? Got to leave the thrift stores because that can help with the ancillary type of stuff. Which I guess that kind of makes sense. But I just see something bigger where because the need is so huge, because when you talk about, would you say you touch 10% of the homeless here, you think?
No, no, no. That 10% was the amount of homeless that are that choose to live a homeless
Okay.
lifestyle.
How many homeless people do you think are in just Scambia and Pensacola? Do you have an idea?
Well, so this has actually been a talking point throughout the evening and when we started. We do a point in time count in the county, and it's usually the first quarter of the start of the year, and it's just truly inaccurate because it's so hard to keep tabs on everybody because one day they could be down on Fairfield Drive, next day they could be in the north part of the county. That being said, we track all the individuals that come into our facility. And so last year alone in 2024, we served a little over 3,700 unique individuals.
3,700 individuals.
Unique individuals. And so the point in time count, I think, was at somewhere just south of 1,600. And so clearly there's a huge disconnect between the point in time count and what we're tracking. So, and not everybody comes to us.
Right.
So there's a possibility that could be even more than 3,700. That's just the people that have come here for help.
Mm-hmm. And do you happen to know what your recidivism rate is?
Well, it depends on which program we're talking about.
Well, let's just pick one. Just pick the men's side of recovery, if you have an idea.
I don't really actually have that number at the top of my head right this second.
Well, I'll just use one individual I know particular.
Okay,
10 times. One guy is 10 times.
sure.
Another guy I know is 8. Another one's 4.
Yep.
But,
Well,
is that part of the so I guess what I want to lead that into is, do you guys ever cap anybody how many times they can, like, do they have to
No.
wait a certain time? Like, so let's say Johnny Joe comes in and he graduates, and then the next week he relapses. Will you take him right back in?
no, there's definitely a process to that. So, we need to make sure that he's, first of all, in a safe place and so all these different things that we need to do with him after a
Recidivism. You
it's
got
easy
it.
for me to say. Those things have to take place in order for him to re-enter the program, But yes, we've had individuals come through the program more than once.
Mm-hmm.
We've had individuals come to our program after having gone through other programs and so forth and whatnot. So the thing that we take away from that is that it's all timing. It's got to be the right timing for that individual, and they got to want it. They got to want it for themselves.
Right.
We want it for everybody, obviously, that needs it. But we can't be the reason why they're going through the program. They have to want it
Right.
for themselves.
So in terms of your manning here, is a certain percentage of the people former addicts that help run the program here?
Well, we
successful,
yes, I mean we definitely have a rehire process for individuals, and we've had several individuals work for us that currently work for us that have been through our program. I don't know if you saw it earlier, but Bupe, our resident advisor in our addiction recovery phase 2 program, is a graduate of our program, and now he's working with the men on a regular basis. So yes, so we absolutely do that.
So how many phases are there?
So our addiction recovery program is a 3-phased, 9 months to a year program. Sometimes it can be longer, but it's broken down like this. Phase 1 is recovery readiness, and that's really honestly to get them ready to be in recovery. You know, they start to have a routine. They have chores and tasks that they have to do. They begin group counseling. They also start doing one-on-one counseling with our chaplains. And then once that is completed, it's usually about 3 months, they'll move into phase 2, which we call Life Builder. And that's where we really get down to the nitty gritty when it comes to the counseling sessions. And the Genesis process, which we've talked about throughout today, really truly does dive deep below the surface and finds out what the true trigger point or the cause of a person's addiction is. And that's where the intensive counseling comes in. And then once they graduate phase 2, they move into phase 3, which we call career development phase. And so that's where they are one step closer to re-entering society on their own 2 feet. They move into one of our transitional homes. They are partnered with a mentor. They're connected to a church. They have to have a job. They're starting to save and start to really manage their finances. If there are any court costs with any issues that they had prior to coming to our program, they're paying those off. And so they're getting back on their own 2 feet so that they can go back out and do it by themselves, but this time not by themselves, with us in tow, because we're always going to be a part of the family. They're always going to be a part of the family, no matter what.
So how many months are, so let's just, if I ask, is there a period of time that they're literally like locked down, that they're like not even allowed off campus at all? Is there a certain, maybe I missed, is there?
So when you say off campus, what do you mean?
Well, I know there's some places like after 30 days in, they'll like give them a weekend pass.
No, we don't do that.
I mean, because I thought when that happened, I was like,
no, but that's an important aspect of our program. We actually give the men outlets, and those start in phase 2 with the Life Builder thing. So they are scheduled outlets, fun things. They go to the beach, they go down to the Y. It's all as a group, of course. No, they're not. They don't get weekend passes. They're in a program, and that's part of the program. They got to be a part of it from start to finish. But they do all kinds of outings. You know, they have gone to movies, as we've heard from our chaplains earlier, and various different things like that, because they need to be able to unwind and relax. You know, because the intensive counseling really does
right,
delve deep into the psyche of what that trigger point was for their addiction, and so you got to be able to decompress from that as well.
Right.
So it's very important. We also coordinate giving back to the community. So like one of the things we do is they'll learn to or they'll do projects for community partners like Salvation Army or another organization that might need a particular task done, and so they're learning to give back as opposed to where they've come from, which is more of a take kind of moment.
Yeah.
So they gotta relearn how to give back to someone else.
Right.
And so but there's no weekend passes, of course.
That's a good.
It really is. They need to focus on their getting straight.
Yeah.
You know, and so you don't want to give them too many distractions in the early phases, because they're really kind of getting into the nitty gritty.
Right.
as they enter a CDP, they're obviously afforded, they're in our transitional homes. They're still a part of the program. They're still getting counseling. They're still meeting with resident advisors and things of that nature, but they're rebuilding their independence again, getting back out at a job, and doing things like that, going to church, plugging in, meeting with their mentor and things of that nature. So, yeah, so the first two phases, though, not so much, because that's really where
It's very critical.
the hard work is really
Yeah,
starting to
that's
get
some
unfold.
serious heavy lift,
Absolutely.
heavy lifting. I touched on it when we first met. If we don't have to go down this road if you don't want to.
Okay.
So I'm just curious because when you talk about the 10 free days
Mm-hmm.
when the first 10 are on you guys, and so I started. We didn't get to finish the conversation. I didn't get to finish my thought in terms of, is there a consideration to a voucher program? Think of a $13 voucher
Mm-hmm.
that the public buys, right? Like maybe they go to you guys and they throw down $13 for a voucher, or you can pass vouchers out to the homeless people. But Mike's thinking has this serialized thing that the public buys a voucher that public can hand out to homeless people if they want to. And it's kind of like this for me. I shared this with you. I'd like to encourage the public not to give them the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
That $1 could be the dollar that kills them.
Okay.
But if you want to buy them a meal, you want to buy them a shirt, buy them a meal, but don't give them cash or gift cards that are tangible tradables that turn into money, that turns into drugs and alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've even had some of the people that we worked with straight up tell me, don't ever give me a buck. Never give me a buck. I would tell the people never. Like, if you do this again next year, if some of my people would be willing to come up and talk about what they do and why they would tell you not to give them a buck,
Mm-hmm.
It's because it leads to kratom, it leads to meth, to coke, whatever, to crack, you name it. That's what it turns into. It harkens back to a story you shared with somebody wanting to give somebody wanted a meal and you offered them a burger and they didn't want the burger. They turned it down. Off they go. We've experienced that, and it's no different than the one fella down the street that has a sign, no lie, want a beer, right? Well, don't give him the beer. You're not doing him any favors. It's just, it's bad. It's all bad. And you don't even know if he's going to drink the beer. He might be using that to sell to somebody else to buy drugs. That's,
Yeah,
it's a vicious cycle.
It really is. It really kind of goes into the conversation we had regarding panhandling.
Yeah.
And if you truly want to be confident in where that dollar or whatever
Give it to you.
money, invest in an organization that you feel confident in, that's going to do the right thing for the right people at the right time.
Yeah.
And that's Waterfront.
So how do
every
you
day.
feel about an idea like that? A voucher.
Well, so
that-
people will pay for nights for guests all the time.
Uh-huh.
They just have to call up and take care of that over the phone usually. So it kind of works as kind of a voucher system, but it's usually because someone knows that person or they've interacted with that person. Like, for instance, if you met them on the street and you're like, I'll take care of your first, 10 nights, or the 10 nights after the first 10 nights. You can call up here and say, I want to, basically fund 10 nights for this individual. And then they have an account with us and they have it on account until
Do
they
you
use
feel
it
the
up.
public at large knows this? Are you
At-
confident that the public at large knows that this
Well-
is available? That hey, John Q. Public, go
Well,
buy some nights for some homeless people on the books, if you will.
Well, obviously, we're the best kept secret. I keep saying.
Yeah, I
throughout
heard
the
that.
thing. So I would say no. The public at large probably doesn't realize that they can pay for nights for homeless individuals.
What a campaign!
Okay.
I'm trying to hit let's do an experiment, man. Let's just I don't know. I'm just ripping here.
Okay.
I just like to encourage you maybe to go to the greater public, that you do maybe a PSA for the holidays, even to start something. Maybe it turns into something. Who knows? But I don't think the public at large knows that some homeless people, after the first 10 nights that they have to come up with the cash, right? If they want to take a night of some folks use it as a respite. Folks also don't know is that some of these people that are homeless, I'm sure you may have touched on this, they have Social Security.
They have a form of income.
They have forms of income. Some of them are a choice.
But even after those first 10 nights,
Yeah.
our chaplains work with everybody. And
Right.
we'll usually move them into an extended stay moment, which is also still free of charge.
That's cool.
So we work with everybody. And so it doesn't matter what your situation is. We're going to try to help you. In fact, there was a gentleman out front several hours ago now, and I was just curious. I'm like, we were on a break.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so
I heard
noticed
that.
him.
Yeah.
I was like, why is he out here? So I went and talked with him, and I said, hey, you want to come inside? He said, I don't have $10. I said, I didn't ask you that.
Right.
I asked you if you wanted to come inside. He's like, well, yeah. I said, well, come on.
Yeah.
We got you. And so he's inside. He's sleeping. Hopefully he's sleeping. And, obviously a very nice and quiet environment. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to work with everybody we can, so it's not anything to be able to do that one time for that one person.
Right.
But, we're trying to duplicate that and replicate that over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So
I don't want to say sponsor a homeless person because that can become a wrong thing, right? But if you wanted to, I don't know, for some reason in my head, it's like if somebody, instead of giving them $1, pulled up and handed them a one-night voucher,
I mean, yeah,
here.
it's definitely something we could certainly talk about.
I'm going to encourage
as an
you to
organization.
consider
If we've done several similar things to that.
Yeah.
One of the things that we just initiated this past start of the school year was allowing individuals to purchase, clothes vouchers for back to school. And
cool.
it's anonymous, and they could purchase them, and then we would distribute them to the individual schools that the individual wanted to go to, and those schools were responsible to get it to the families that truly needed those items.
Right.
And so it was completely anonymous. So there's still some dignity involved in that they're not just getting something, because they can't afford something, but and then they get some great clothes at our thrift store
Right.
for the start of the new school year.
Because speaking of that, that's one of the things we ended up doing too. We started making hygiene bags for the women.
Okay.
So we had, and then that also led into little food bags for dogs.
Oh, sure.
Right.
Sure.
So we had, so one of the things we did was when we gave the woman the bag, we'd say, hold on to the bag you will refill it, but that never worked. We just give them a new bag.
Of course.
Right.
Of course. So yeah, that's kind of leads us into the conversation about unintended consequences. We pass out, people pass out food in the to-go trays, and then there's not anywhere to throw your trash away. So most of the times, actually, it ends up on the ground.
Yeah.
We were talking about how ECUA has to come 2 and 3 times, sometimes more, every week to clean up Herman and L Street.
Right.
And so that's an unintended consequence. If you want to help feed the homeless, get with an organization that actually does feed the homeless.
Right.
And you can participate that way.
Yeah.
And then we can control the trash, we can control the safety issues, we can control, just about everything so that it's done properly.
Right. That's one of the things that we had noticed, because there was the time the trash was getting so bad. We actually brought trash bags, said, you guys bag it up, I'll bring it home and throw it in my trash.
Yeah.
Because it was just so much. But I would
really
also try to encourage the people, up, just because you're homeless, don't mean you have to live like an animal.
Well,
and that's, you have to take it for where it's at. One of the things I've learned is
excuse me.
no expectations. I can't have expectations. I started with expectations and hopes. So, you can't hold on to that too much. You just got to walk alongside people. Because like you shared before, what we want and what they want are two different wants.
Absolutely.
And the realization, because sometimes it's painful, for the people who want to help. It's a labor of love, and it's also painful.
Sure.
It's painful watching somebody step right back into the pit. right? And you get them glimmers, right, when they're coming clean and the fog's lifting away, and you see the real personality start
Sure.
emerging. You see their intelligence level and their all that starts coming out, and then the setback happens, and it's just like, you know, how do we pick you back up and scoot you down the road some more, you know?
Well, but you have to have expectations. You have to expect them to act a certain way and clean up after
I
themselves
get,
and
yeah,
things like that.
that's fair. Yeah,
Because if you don't have expectations, you're going to get exactly that, nothing.
yeah,
So if you don't set expectations for them, then you become an enabler in a lot of the sense, where they expect you to bring the trash bags and take their trash away, and they expect you to bring the sanitary bags and the food bags and all the other different things. But if you don't have any expectation of them trying to move into a different, you know, path for their life, then what's their incentive to
right.
not to do that?
That was our learning curve.
Yeah.
That was our learning curve because it's a hard curve to
Hmm.
learn.
Sure.
I mean, because we don't do most of any of that anymore. You know, I think at the time, um, I think we were putting out almost 1,000 a month of our income
That's crazy.
into people, and but it was it was in a desire to put clothes on their back for some of them, or the winter time to give, if I could pick up a sleeping bag for $2, let's pick up a sleeping bag.
Hmm.
There's some nights that are just downright cold,
Absolutely.
and I know you guys, you give them a courtesy blanket when they're available,
Hmm.
but even that sometimes isn't enough, and so it was just where our heart was. But when I think the real breaking point for me was one in particular. I had this woman sold me an army deep weather sleeping bag for $1.50.
Hmm.
Beautiful sleeping bag. I gave it to this gentleman that I had a relationship with to say, you take care of this, blah blah blah. You can give it back, and we'll hold it for the next season. To show up one day and see it in this pile of stuff soaking wet and just buried. I was just like, that's it. It was just like, wow. It's just we your heart's in the right place,
Sure.
but you got to set these limits, and then that's where our dynamic has shifted to where we're more process focused now to put people in programs.
Hmm.
Our first mission is to get them to come to know the Lord, right? Which is to us, like I shared at the beginning, the most important part of the process. Um, but yeah, we're just at a place right now where we're just wanting to get people healthy and set the boundaries. We get the tough love is setting in a little more, and um, I got really strong hopes for this one particular fella right now.
Okay.
I
Very
just
nice.
really do. I just want to see him successful, because what a life
Imagine I was lost, and I had been on and off of drugs for 17 years. I was homeless, didn't have a place to stay, didn't have a vehicle, didn't have any money.
For a long time, I felt trapped. 30-something years, man. My mom was on drugs. My daddy was an alcoholic. All I seen were drugs. That's all I knew.
I'm Jason Grizzard. I'm the Vice President of Ministry Services for Waterfront Rescue Mission. And Waterfront Rescue Mission has been serving the Gulf Coast for over 7 decades. And during this time, our aim has been to serve the homeless and the addicted across the Gulf Coast. And we provide a number of different services to meet immediate needs. Things that you and I would take for granted, such as showers and clothing and food, and even a place to get their mail. These are all things that we provide among other services. While our goal is to meet immediate needs for those who need it, our ultimate goal is to work with those who really need life change.
You know, we looked up and we had heard about the Waterfront Mission program, and my dad brought me here, and I just came through the doors and said, you know, I need help.
We offer residential Christian recovery program that offers men the opportunity to identify what are the root causes of your addiction. How do we move you from a place of brokenness to a place of life transformation?
That's very important to have a good, safe place to go. Stay clean, where you can focus on God, focus on your recovery, stay clean. It's a great experience, man, and I truly do believe in this program for us, like what it's doing.
We give men the opportunity who are coming out of their addiction to now make that successful transition back into society, where they can not just be a taker, but they can be a giver, and they can contribute in a meaningful way.
And for me to be changed, for somebody to get through to me, to have God using this place, He really is. So, I mean, I never would have thought I would have had the word minister in front of my name. Not me. Minister Irene Freeman? No, nah.
Since I've been clean, I've got a wonderful wife. I have 2 wonderful stepsons, and I have 3 really awesome granddaughters that love me very much, and I love them as well.
Our ultimate hope is that we will see these men transformed into life-giving individuals, people who are good dads, good employees, and people who contribute to society in a meaningful way. That's our ultimate goal, is to see life change, and we hope that we're able to continue to do that.
Me about country. I was brought to the Waterfront Mission because I lost my mom, and I felt like that really broke me. So just to, I don't know, to get back in touch with reality, I went to Waterfront Mission because a friend in Mobile, that's where I'm originally from, told me about it, and ever since then, you know, a little piece of me is coming back. So I'm grateful for that.
I don't think it was a decision I made. I was forced by life circumstances. You know, before I joined the program, I was homeless for almost 5 years. I left home being Tennessee, last place I tried to set root in. But I traveled the country. I was out of my mind. I was on drugs. I was in and the gates of hell, if that makes sense. You know, I was tired of living. Nothing made sense. And how I got to Waterfront, I don't know. You know, I like to believe it was God leading me there. And I ended up there. You know, it's a good program. I'm glad I did.
Well, I have no urge for drinking, and I know I'm going to heaven. That was another reason. I had to make sure I was going to heaven. So I got that insurance now. That's because I haven't had a drink in 13 months now. But I wasn't sure about going to heaven, and now I am.
I would say I love you and I thank you. And I'm just so grateful that they didn't give up on me. That they had the patience with me because I resisted the program. But they didn't try to force it on me. They waited until I was ready, but they kept suggesting I do it. I mean, they had patience with my fragile mind, fragile soul, and they knew the outcome. So they just patiently waited, cared for me until I came to them and said, okay, I know I'm ready now. So that's what I would say. And I just would want them to know that anytime they feel like what they're doing isn't really enough, it's not really getting through to most people, just that one person every once in a while that they really, you know, they don't realize how much that person's life is going to get so much better, and they're going to connect with God, and they're going to be successful, whatever type of success that is in this world, and they're going to be able to give back to the world after they are cared for and they're having to take resources. Eventually they're going to give back, and that they should. You know, I just want them to feel confident that in those times whenever they feel this isn't worth it, no one is really listening, and you know, are my efforts really doing much? Like, I just want them to know that yes, they are.
Not just me, but the guys that are in my group. We're a pretty tight brotherhood, and we're manifestations of prayers and their hard work. So I hope that we can encourage them. From the time I set foot on waterfront property, every employee I ran across, you could see the love of Christ in them, and it's been special. I mean, just seeing them as examples, seeing them deal with other people and situations, and watch them live it out right in front of me was encouraging to me. As well as other people, and I hope that we can be an encouragement to them by being the manifestation of their hard work.
Come on. Come see me. Come on, buddy. Hey, hi, how you doing? You gonna stay for a little bit? Good to see you. It's been a while. So you're gonna need to come in because we're having technical difficulties with the Zoom feed. Now that Panther's here, we'll double our viewership. Don't be scaring Panther away now.
loving life right now.
Well, hello again.
Hello again. I told you I'd be back with questions.
You did, in fact, and
here I am.
No warning whatsoever. So.
I get to interview you until 4:30. So.
Okay. Well, let's do this.
Yeah. Okay. First question. Can you explain our good neighbor policy and Waterfront's efforts with that?
Oh wow, yes. So we've actually touched on this particular subject throughout the afternoon and evening hours, but we talked about the individuals that were basically camping out front of the mission and some of the unintended consequences from that. So they're not trying to actively get out of their homeless situation, and they're just wanting to be near the mission, because of the safety features and everything like that. And so, one of the unintended consequences is the amount of trash that is actually produced by the group of individuals. In addition to that, we've also had some very unfortunate moments where they have decided to come up on our property, as well as come up on our neighbor's property and relieve themselves, to put it bluntly. And so our good neighbor policy was something we came up with. We wanted to hold them to a higher standard. Yes, I'm still here. And if that's just, it's very disrespectful to do that, to us, the organization that tries to help them, to our neighbors that are just, proximal to us, and so they've really not done anything. And so we basically enacted the good neighbor policy that if they are basically caught doing those kind of things, that they can be put on a ban, because it's unnecessary. We give them access to the mission, even on a slightly oh goodness gracious, the night's starting to catch up to me. They have access to the mission, obviously, Monday through Friday during day resources. They have the opportunity to come into our facility during the night. And even on the weekends, where we were basically shut down for day resources, we have actually started to open up slightly to give them access to the bathrooms, give them access to water, even maybe an opportunity to get out of the elements a little bit if it's raining or anything like that. So the good neighbor policy is basically just to hold them accountable for their own actions. And just be mindful of what they're doing to not only our property but to our neighbors' properties.
Okay, cool. Have you seen any? Goodness, the words are leaving me too. Have you seen
it's that
any
time of morning.
Any change since you've enacted the good neighbor policy?
Actually, we have. It's not been overwhelming change. We still have issues with that, but the amount of trash has been less, and the instances where we have found people coming onto our property have also been less. And we have dialogue specifically with our neighbor directly to our excuse me, our west. So we haven't had too many phone calls from them saying, hey, we're still seeing this. The weather's also been somewhat cooperative. So, part of the reason why they come up onto the properties is because there's awnings by the buildings, that'll help protect them from rain and things of that nature. So it's been kind of a comedy, a collaborative effort between us and the neighbors to identify individuals that are doing these things, sometimes in the very broad daylight. I mean, goodness gracious, one of our own team members took it upon themselves to take care of the situation, but someone had come up right on our walkway, right between the Life Builder building and the admin building, and, did their business. And it's like, why? I mean, there's an empty lot right over here. They could have just gone into the bushes or something like that. Why they felt entitled to come up and take care of business right there is beyond me. But we're definitely not going to put up with those kind of things any longer. And so, you know, if they don't, you know, show just common decency, they can stop receiving services from us. And it's just we're holding them to a higher standard. Whereas before we probably were not holding them to any standard because, you know, we wanted to be, obviously show grace to them and give them opportunities. But, you know, if they're going to continue to just basically disrespect us, then, you know, we're gonna let them understand that that's not acceptable anymore.
Absolutely, I like that. A good segue from that, you touched on the fact that we are closed on Saturday and Sunday. Can you explain that to the people that might not understand why?
Well, there's many reasons why. One, it's a staffing issue. You know, having people on the weekends is you know, very costly. But two, also, you know, we want to incentivize individuals to get into programs. And, you know, if we're just continuously open for day resources, then there's no reason for anybody to be incentivized to go into a program and really make a true life transformation from homelessness into a sustainable lifestyle. So, and there's other reasons, obviously, for that as well. So, but those are our two major reasons why we don't have day resources on the weekends.
Okay. A question that I get sometimes as the volunteer coordinator is, do we take our program people to church on Sundays? Why or why not? And then why don't we have church in the mission on Sundays?
Well, so yes, and no. So one at a time. So yes, we do take our clients to church. Currently, we are participating with at least 3 churches, and we've also invited churches to come onto campus to provide Sunday services. But we're constantly looking for opportunities to bring more more opportunities for other churches to come on campus and deliver a message on Sunday. So yeah, did I hit all the ones?
I think you did. Yeah.
Okay, you said them in rapid fire, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Plus, it's 3:30 in the morning.
It
so.
is. We'll give you a pass. Yes. So we don't. We do take program people to church, and
Yes.
I think the
But we
first Sunday of the month we have a church that's coming.
Yes, that's the last update that I got.
Yeah.
But we also have participating churches that actually come and get some of the program folks. Jubilee, Pastor Tim and Marcus Point alternate times where they come and get the men in our addiction recovery program, but then Marcus Point also comes and gets the men and women on occasion for service at their church.
Right. Okay, thank you for those answers.
Thank you.
What is Waterfront's biggest behind-the-scenes thing that not many people may know about?
Oh, well, the one that I usually get a, oh my gosh, kind of reaction to is our recycle and distribution center. And I think I mentioned it earlier in the program that in 2024 we recycled over 2.3 million pounds of recyclable materials. So a lot of people are like, wow, that's a lot. It really is. You know, so if there are clothes that are not resellable, or if they just don't sell, then we can bundle those up and sell them to overseas textile manufacturers. And that also helps offset the cost of the mission operations.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
Do we only recycle clothing, or do we recycle other things as well?
Oh, no, we do. We recycle other things as well. We recycle electronics and plastics and, of course, metals and things of that nature. Not just clothes, but clothes is the bulk, no pun intended, of our recycling situation.
Okay. Man, Panther's just loving life right now. She's in her happy place.
She felt comfortable to come up here once there was nobody actually up here but me, so
Exactly.
she's like, you know.
I knew that's what she was waiting on. How do you, as CEO, keep Waterfront as a whole a Christ-centered organization?
Oh, well, we do a number of things, actually. We have daily devotion. We have daily devotion in our admin's thing, but we also do a corporate-wide devotion, which is the first Tuesday of every month. Excuse me, first Monday of every month. And that's where we all jump on our teams meeting, and so the folks in our Fort Walton Beach store can, basically have devotion with our Mobile thrift store, our Mobile mission, or Pensacola mission. So all of the various locations of our organization come together to do a corporate-wide devotion. Then at the store levels, they do a daily devotion every day, actually, and so that's what keeps us grounded and helps us keep focused on doing Christ-centered work.
Amen. I love that. I think you kind of answered one of my other questions here, but maybe you might have a different answer.
Okay.
What are some things each Waterfront team does to keep a Christ-centered focus? So each team, like individually.
Oh, well, we kind of did that. But like, for instance, the ministry teams usually do a devotion when they do their weekly team meetings. I know when Jason does his managers meeting once a month, they start with a devotion. The stores individually do a daily devotion when they're reading the day's activities list, I think is what they call it. And then, of course, we do our devotion as well. So,
Thank you. Thank you for that.
sure.
What brought you to Waterfront?
My truck.
Okay, good answer.
I'm joking. So what interestingly brought me to Waterfront, and I'm going to get to talk to these men later in the morning, but I worked with John Porter at Baptist Healthcare, and I've been good friends with Chris Kelly. Both were board members at the time. As we were coming out of our financial crisis in 2016, they started to look at new potential board members, and both Chris and John had me as one of their possible board member candidates. And so the rest of the board thought, well, if both of them came to the same name independently, we probably should think about adding him to the board. And so they voted me onto the board, I believe in 2017, and I served as the treasurer with my accounting background, of course, for just over 4 years. And so that's what brought me to Waterfront in the first place. But then when my predecessor needed to step down for family reasons, we started a search committee, and we were starting to pull the trigger on finding his replacement. And I remember meeting with him for coffee one morning, and the first words out of his mouth when we sat down was, so are you ready to take over? And I'm like, we just sat down for coffee. What am I supposed to be taking over? And he says, take over the mission. I said, what? And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not the guy. I'm kind of a back of the house kind of guy, behind the scenes. And we probably argued over the course of our coffee meeting about why he thought I was right for the job, and I told him why I wasn't right for the job. And I tell this story quite often, actually, that I didn't even mention it to my wife or Katie for over a month because I just wasn't sure. I prayed about it and really did some deep thought and reflection on the idea. I thought, yeah, maybe a CFO role, chief financial officer one day, because of my background. Never once did I ever think that I would ever be in a role as president or CEO of an organization. But I can remember the reactions from Sandra and Katie. They were one of, yeah, that tracks. They were like, yeah, of course, that makes sense. And I'm like, well, okay. I'll go ahead and throw my hat into the ring, and I did. And 4.5 years later, you and I are sitting on a bench.
Here you are. Okay. So what gave you, I know you said they nominated you for the board role, but what gave you a heart for homelessness? What do you think led them to put you in that position?
Well, I think honestly they were looking for specific skill sets for board membership. My accounting background as a CPA was something that they didn't have at the time. And so that is a strong skill set to have as a board member, because you can help, direct the finance team in various different ways. And I would meet with the finance team at the time, and Danny actually, each month end, and so I would give them suggestions and direction on certain things, on how to report, how to present to the board and things of that nature. So I think they were looking more for the skill set, but what attracted me to the opportunity was, and I think I shared this story at least a couple of times already today, but the servant leadership heart that my parents helped instill in me at a young age, when it came to working with my brother Randy Allen actually. And so him having Down syndrome comes with its own challenges sometimes, but it was never difficult. We of course loved Randy Allen, and he was a special guy, and he truly was fun to be around, even when he wasn't in a good mood. But serving at the Special Olympics in a volunteer mode, volunteering at his school, Royal Palm, it was just second nature to my sisters and I, and so it was instilled in us in a very young age that was just something we would do. And so I think it's just translated into other opportunities for me to be in a servant leadership role over my professional career. And it just, it's fun to look back and see how God's plan starts to reveal itself to you, because you don't necessarily see it in the moment. And so it usually takes reflection many years down the road to say, oh my gosh, that had to happen, this had to happen. I mean, I met Chris, the first time I met Chris Kelly was at a piano recital. His daughter and Katie were in a competition, and that's the first time I met him. And then of course with John, I met John actually when I was an accountant, and we had to work on a specific issue for the hospital. And then 5 years later, he has an opening, and I applied for it. And we met, and and the rest is history from there. So I mean, but all those little things had to happen in order for me to be set up for this role. And so God's plan is really quite intricate and awesome, but it's even better when you're able to see it, how it unfolded over your past. So it's pretty fun to look back sometimes.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome. God works in mysterious ways, that's for sure.
He truly does. He can use broken people to do great things.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
I love that. I feel like this is a good segue, just from you speaking from your heart. You said recently in a staff meeting, and then you've brought it up since then, where you said mission first, people always. Can you explain that and your heart behind that?
So the quote is, the mission first, the men and women always. And so, yeah, the legend goes, no, I'm just kidding. The story is, in my first year, I came across that quote. And I couldn't even begin to tell you how I came across it. But it stuck with me. It's like that, that just stuck with me. And, at the beginning, it was actually just the mission first, the men always. And then, of course, I revised it on my Post-it note that's on my computer screen to include women. But it served as a daily compass for me as I'm making decisions that could possibly affect 280 individuals and their families, either positively or negatively, that the mission has to come first. What's in the best interest for the mission, not what's in the best interest for Clay or any board member or any one team member, but the mission, because the mission has been here 70 plus years before I even came to this role, and it'll be here 75 years after I leave this role. But I need to definitely leave it better than I found it, right? And it has to be sustained, because the mission is the vehicle in which we provide all of these different services, helping the homeless, feeding the hungry, working with the addicted, providing good quality services and goods and services at our thrift stores for families that are in need. It's bigger than any one team member. And so the mission always has to come first.
Love that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I could keep going, but I think we might need to give your voice a break.
I might have to get another lozenge. See, I can't even say it right now. So I'm going to actually. It has been a long night. It is getting a little cold, and I think that's what's starting to affect it. So I should start wearing like those scarves. Not scarves. Yeah, scarves. You know how guys do the scarf thing and tuck it in their shirts
yeah.
and stuff like that? That could be cool.
It could be cool. Speaking of cool, there's another cat over there.
What?
It's not panther. It is a gray and black striped cat behind that first pillar.
Wait, where am I looking at? We got another
You
kitty?
can't see him right now, but it's behind the pillar.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm gonna go see if I can.
Which
him to come
pillar, Kayla, are you talking about? Panther's got a friend? Oh, over there. That is a cat, right? That's not like a possum or something. That's awesome. Panther's got a little friend. That's great. Well, come on back. Are you heading in?
Yeah, unless you want me to hang out longer.
You can totally hang out if you want, but if you're going in, would you take that with you? Just because it'll blow away and I'll have to go run down and get it. Thank you. Well, I know.
Hey there, sir.
Hey, Dave, how are you doing? Come sit down.
We are doing awesome. I needed to help you hold the bench down.
Oh.
This has been an interesting experience.
It has. Got to ask a question though. How did you draw the short straw for the overnight hours?
I told David that I would do the 8 to 8.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Just there wasn't any problem in being coerced into it. I just.
So you volunteered?
Yeah.
All right. Well, very good.
All right.
Good to know. Thank you for doing that.
So, Malin,
Yep.
we're at 5 o'clock.
As
Over
we
halfway.
Pretty much expected there wasn't going to be any
10
issue,
hours
but
left.
As long as we're here, then.
And
the minute you're
um,
not here,
we took
that's when the
just,
issues
a
will
little
start.
break. I've still been out
Obviously,
here on the
that's just
bench.
the way it works, right?
Exactly.
Murphy's Law.
Yeah.
Whatever
But,
can go wrong will go wrong.
Yeah. Pretty
Yeah.
standard. Pretty standard.
We're doing it.
So.
Chugging along.
Chugging
I
along.
feel like it's been really great.
If you were,
I'm really,
if you were
I mean, with
curious, I wanted
us,
to tell you
this
my-
being our first
my
year,
waterfront story.
Absolutely. I'm
I think
always
it's
curious.
Okay.
As
really
long as
great.
it doesn't
Yeah.
include a dad
that's
joke.
really awesome, and I'm really excited for next year already.
Yeah, so
Okay.
if you're waking up and if you're on
So, I've been
Facebook
a
or
waterfront 22
YouTube and
years,
watching
and,
us, give us a.
I have to say that it has been just such a blessing to be able to be here and participate in God's ministry.
Absolutely.
And one of the fun things in the IT department. Oh, there's our friend coming back here.
She might be ready. Oh yeah, she's coming. Come on.
So you know, we get to talk to all the new people that come in that are going to have a computer login, and so you know we get to tell them, you know, this is a privilege, and you know, I mean, obviously it's work, and we obviously get paid for it, but you know, we get to participate in God's ministry, and I think that's just awesome.
It really is, and I think we're all called in
Yep.
one way or another to
Yep.
to be a part of this Waterfront team.
Yep.
And I've said it once, I'll say it again. You know, I think the team that we have in place right now is probably the strongest team that we had in a very long time, and that's saying a lot. You know, considering our predecessors have done so much to help the mission sustain itself over 76 years. I mean, that's just incredible to think about.
It is an amazing background, and here's the thing: if our father didn't want it to be here, then you know we wouldn't have lasted. But you know, obviously our father wants it to be here because what a great outreach it is.
Absolutely.
And just being available to be here, and you know, I love seeing the guys like over in Life Builder, and even you know the guys in the program here that they finally get it, you know, and then our father gives them a little bit of grace and some ability to just kind of get beyond whatever put him here.
Absolutely.
So
Dave, you're getting all tangled up in the cord there, buddy. You gotta be careful not to trip on your way out.
yeah, we're going to try real hard.
That's not sanctioned, by the way.
No, we're not going to do that.
All right.
No.
All right, so I'm gonna go against my better judgment. Hit me with one of your best dad jokes.
One of my best.
Or just a dad joke. I'm saying
So-
best is probably an oxymoron.
I think the first joke that I saved, and it's just one of the ones that I remember
Okay.
all the time. So the neighbors came and they knocked on our door the other day. They were really mad. They said, "Your dogs are chasing kids on bicycles." And I said, "That's not possible. My dogs don't have bicycles." So
I would ask you to repeat the one that you told me the other day about Grumpy, but I don't, since this is obviously on our live stream, I don't want you to get in trouble.
I've told it to my wife, so.
Oh, so it's approved.
Oh yeah. Well, you know, Barbara is never grumpy. ever. Yeah. So that one is sometimes I wake up grumpy. Other times I let her sleep.
Right.
And you know it's so I know you've seen me do it before here, but I
have.
I decided after a while that I had to have an easier way to keep track of them, because you know there are so many of them out there, and somebody has to catalog them. so I've been responsible for it. So okay, this is number 85.
85.
Number
Okay.
85.
Hit me.
If a child refuses to sleep during nap time, does that make them guilty of resisting arrest?
Oh, Dave.
Well.
Oh my gosh.
What do you get when you cross a snowman with a vampire? Frostbite. I don't go back and look at the old one very often, but what kind of exercises do lazy people do? Diddly squats. Yeah, I love the play on words.
You know the old saying, be careful what you ask for, you just might get it. I'm starting to relive that right now.
Okay. So which bear is the most condescending? Which bear is the most condescending?
I don't
Panda.
Oh, you're crazy.
I know. Why is there a light in the fridge? So you can see the salad. Well, anyway.
Okay, give me one more.
Okay. My wife told me to stop acting like a flamingo. That's when I put my foot down.
I guess that would have been an awesome time for me to do a spit take.
No. We don't want to have any of those.
Yeah, right?
No. Somebody has to catalog the jokes, and I've accepted the responsibility.
Okay, so obviously you have two categories. You have bad and terrible.
Yeah, exactly.
So let me ask you this, Dave. Over the 22 years, what's been the one thing that's really stood out for you as it pertains to Waterfront?
I see our Father has provided continually. And there have been a number of challenges over the years. But our Father is faithful to provide for the ministries that are doing the work that He's laid out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm grateful to be able to participate in the ministry, and I'm grateful that we are Waterfront is a it's a place that gives everybody that next opportunity, and so it was really exciting to have the women's area open up again, because the women's area was here when back when I was here, and then just some challenges came along, and that just couldn't be supported at the time. But
yeah.
So I see, especially see in the people that are choosing to become part of a program, and just the difference that we see in them.
Very nice.
So, and as long as my brain keeps working, then I get to hang around and play with computers. And
well, you keep reading all those dad jokes, your brain might start to suffer a little bit.
Yeah, well, already. So.
Well, Dave, is there anything you'd like to ask me?
So let's see.
I do not have any dad jokes to share. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So many things I can't sort them out. So,
no worries. You can be like Kayla and just come back with your question.
Okay.
All right.
All right then.
All righty then. Carry on.
I will. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate you.
All right. You're welcome. Glad to be here. And if you need some more, let me know.
No, I think I'm good. I promise. I
For
promise.
now.
For now.
For now.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness gracious. Hey, buddy. Hi. You coming? Come on. Interesting. No. Did we notice any kind of spike in the viewership when Panther joined the conversations on the bench?
No, you just stayed at a stayed at a steady, like 12-ish.
Okay.
With Benassi and I watching, so really like 10.
Well, so when we say that later, we'll just say 12 and end the conversation.
Yeah. Pretty much. That's about where you've been at.
What time is Eric supposed to be here? Oh, he's got a little ways to go.
I don't leave till 7.
Okay, perfect.
But he said he's already on his way.
Eric? This is not the proper way to join me on the conversations on the bench, sir. Why would I have joked? You need You can add me back on now. Okay, cool. Got team members trying to call in sick on me. Can you believe that? Good morning. Good morning. Where are you off to this early?
I've got to get down to a place where I can get to another place so I can get out of here. I'm trying to get back home to Alabama.
So, you know, we have a program at the Ministry Village. It's called Project Reconnect. If you're trying to get back to Alabama, they can maybe help you get there.
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I've got that in my pocket.
So, oh, that's where you're trying to get to try to get reconnected?
Yeah, to get back down South Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know about that though? Ministry
Yes.
Village and the Project Reconnect? Okay.
Yes, that's where I'm headed.
But you know the chaplains can help you get hooked up with Ministry Village and stuff like that.
Yeah, geez, what's his name? Not John. I don't know. The big guy called. That's one somebody has helped me.
Okay.
I don't think that's where headed ministry.
Okay.
But I gotta go.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you.
yes, sir. Be safe out there.
Yes, sir.
Kevin is here,
Oh, good.
so we'll just start him early.
All right, that'll be fine. I'm having conversations near a bench now.
Good.
Do you need some coffee?
That would be nice, yeah.
Okay.
That would be great.
Hey, Kayla, can we make him a cup of coffee and then we can make a pot of coffee in the next little bit? Awesome. Thank you.
Have you been out here all night?
I have been out here all night. Good to see you. I'm sorry?
Would you like anything in your coffee? Nothing? Just black?
Stronger the better.
The stronger the better. There you go. I have to wimpify my coffee, so that's at least what I've been told over the years. So thank you for coming over and participating in this. Actually, I think I'm actually in the camera still, just kind of checking out some of the individuals that are leaving early. You know, we release them early and then they're off to the races. You know, I was just talking to an individual, he's trying to get back to South Alabama, and I said, well, you know, we work with an organization over here that helps people get connected again with family. It's called Project Reconnect. We've had people go all the way to Texas, and of course Alabama and Mississippi but as far as Texas, as far as I know so far. He says he knows the individuals about who to talk to about that, so I hope he does. So.
I was impressed. I came over here, I guess, about a month ago to bring one of the guys over here, and I had no idea it was this large.
Yeah, we have a pretty good facility here.
It's a campus. It's pretty big.
Have you been in the mission?
I've in through that building and around that side there.
Okay.
I've been through some of it. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, we own basically all this over this way. So, you know, this is our administrative buildings, our overnight check-in baggage storage area here, our day resource, shower pods and such over there. And then on the other side is our addiction recovery program phase 2, which we call Life Builders. And then the building on the other side of that is our recycle and distribution center. So yeah, we have pretty good organization going on over here.
Yeah.
So, oh, how was the traffic coming over?
There's no traffic. That's beautiful.
I know.
Going back, it may be a different story. So.
You know, what was funny, or what is funny, is I'm usually up early anyways, and so I'm usually here around 6:30, and there's absolutely zero traffic coming in. you know,
It must be
and
coming
so
in on.
everybody's always
on
complaining
the
about the
computer. Oh,
traffic
on this
after
computer.
7 and stuff like that. I said, well, you know, there's none at 6:30. If you just woke up a little bit earlier,
Go in.
you just come on in and start your workday. They don't want to hear that though.
That stretch of I-10. I have worked in Pensacola 3 times.
Okay.
Different companies, and I drive from Mobile to Pensacola.
Commuted all 3 times?
That stretch of interstate.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm sorry?
This morning, can I speak with you?
Right now?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Come on over here.
I'm Caroline.
Hi, Caroline. I'm Clay. Nice to
I've
see
been here with
you.
you probably about 7 months.
7 months. Okay.
I'm
Very
waiting
good.
on my disability.
Okay. And the team's helping you try to get that squared away?
Well, I already had that in place before I got here.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
So I'm
Just
waiting
hasn't
on
found
a
you yet.
hearing.
I gotcha.
It's been 2 years and 4 months
Oh, wow. That's
that I've been waiting. I came from Alabama
okay.
to here.
I'm sorry, Kevin. Excuse me for just a second.
And yeah, I've been on the whole. I wanted just to say thanks
Oh, okay.
for your facility here.
Thank you.
Because without it, I'd be in dire straits.
Well, I appreciate you coming and telling me about that. We've been talking about all the different things that we've been working on, and one of the things that keep coming up is our women's overnight shelter services. You know, we just started that only just last year.
I think somebody had told me that. Yes.
September 3rd of 2024. So we've been doing it for just over a year now, and we're excited about it. You know, we're averaging about 32 women a night these days. But it's for individuals such as yourself that you're just in a transition period.
I am.
You know, and so I'm glad we were able to help you with that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't have any substance abuse issues, or I've lived by myself and worked. And when it got to where I had to file for my disability, I knew it would make me homeless, but I had to do it anyways.
Well,
So.
What is this?
Oh, well,
Is it scripted? Is it?
it is not scripted.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I do need you to hold that so we can actually get you on the recording. So, believe it or not, your name has come up a number of times in the con. Hi, how are you?
Good morning.
Good. Well, I'm in the middle of a conversation right now. Can it hold for just a few?
Yeah.
Okay. You gonna be around?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll come find you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. She's such a sweet girl. Anyway, so believe it or not, your name has come up on a number of occasions. All bad, of course. You know, just you know. Just that. It's all bad.
That's the end of it.
Yeah. So are you aware of what we're trying to do here? So just a high level kind of moment. So today, October 10th, is National Homeless Awareness Day. And so Citygate Network, who we belong to, as you know, as being a board member of Waterfront for a number of years, started this initiative about 4 years ago with just one rescue mission in our network. And it's grown to, we had, I believe, close to 65 doing very similar conversations on a bench. And it's to highlight the homeless situation in the various towns and cities across the country. But then it's also an opportunity for us to highlight what we're doing as an organization in our respected towns and cities. And so we've been having conversations with community partners like Drayton Smith over at Ministry Village. You know, our team members have come up and talked to us. You know, everybody coming from Alabama, talked to DeKendall. My apologies if I start to sound like I did when we were working together at Baptist, but I'm a little sleep deprived.
It's all right.
So anyway, so it's just an opportunity for us to speak to strategic partners about what we're trying to accomplish and what we can do to maybe work together as a community to truly move the needle on homelessness and addiction recovery. And you offer a very unique perspective, having been a board member for a number of years, and then having the great privilege of mentoring me for a handful of those years, and even beyond those years.
So what? That's good. What is the 30 minutes conversation? Will you prompt conversation? Do we just sit here and fondly look at each other?
Well, no, we
need a minute if that's what we do.
Do you need some more coffee? Get you ramped up. No, the conversation can just be very organic, John. I mean, you know, so why don't we start with this? You know, you, as a board member for a number of years, you know, what led you to serve on the board of the Waterfront Rescue Mission in the first place?
Are we talking now?
Yes, sir.
Do I need to hold this up?
Yes, sir.
Figured there'd be a now started.
Can we get a little director's clapper thing?
So you might. I need this to look as official as possible. So they were in there asking me what's my title, and I said, "Don't have one anymore." My title is this.
Well, I don't know. I think John Porter says it all, quite frankly.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Absolutely.
All right. Then, Waterfront Rescue Mission and how I came across that as an organization. Let me do my little mini sermon, which
Sure.
I'm sure people by now start rolling their eyes at. But I passionately believe that God created us for one reason only, and it's to glorify Him. It's to lift Him up, edify Him, and then be a delivery system, a conduit for showing his love to the world that he created. And there's not a better way to do that than to take your own personal circumstances, your skill, your passion, your financial wherewithal, whatever that might be, and you use that to touch lives. And there's no way for us to go through a day, unless you live under a rock, there's no way to go through the day without crossing the path of someone else. And that path, that intersection, is an opportunity to touch a life. And that touch can go 3 different ways. You can leave a person better off because of that touch. You can leave them worse than they were. Or the third, maybe it's the worst, is it's a missed opportunity. Nothing happens at all. So I believe that our duty, our obligation to God is part of His creation, for sure, as a believer, is to spend the day looking for an opportunity to touch lives.
Absolutely.
And of course, we know the world, we know our community, we know what you do here. It's rich with opportunity on a daily basis. And I was brought here 35 years ago by Baptist Healthcare, blessed to become a part of the community, and Waterfront Rescue Mission has been a part of that community. And then I was honored to be invited to be a board member over the years, and developed a passion for what the cause and the calling is for this organization.
Very nice.
Next.
So having been in the community, and of course everybody knows you, John, as a community leader, whether you're still working at Baptist or not, how would you describe the homeless situation in this community over the last, say, 10, 15 years?
Well, unfortunately, it's easy to become blind to it. Familiarity breeds blindness, but you just stop at just about any intersection, and you're going to be reminded of our homeless community. And to me, it feels like, of course, a little bit of inside information by having been a board member, that it's a community that just continues to grow. And like just about anything else, it outgrows and outpaces the infrastructure that we can create and develop to address its issues, and hopefully bring help and resources to that population. But I see it as just of epidemic level. I see it as continuing to grow, and it's alarming.
It truly is. One of the things that we've covered over the last many hours of this event is, our hope and expectation when we launched the women's overnight shelter services last year. I shared with people that on the first night I was hoping and praying for 5, that 5 ladies would make their way, and we had 12. So that far exceeded my expectations, and by the end of the week we were over 20. And I had a conversation with Jason Grizzard, our VP of Ministry Services. So we're going to have a conversation about capacity before the end of the year, which was true to form. We're currently averaging about 32 women, and of course that kind of spikes during bad weather moments, and it kind of wanes a little bit sometimes. But consistently over the last many months, we've been at 30 plus women every evening. In fact, I just had an opportunity to speak to one that was leaving, and she just wanted to say thank you for the program. She didn't know where she'd be without it, and it's unsolicited conversation, but it's always nice to hear from someone that's actually a part of the overnight shelter services that we've provided, and who's grateful for that opportunity. But we're still dealing with capacity issues. Excuse me.
Meaning lack of capacity.
lack of capacity. You know, we're kind of pigeonholed here on this campus, and so one of the things we've been looking at is, you know, what does our campus look like, you know, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Do we have a second campus? Do we have additional space because our addiction recovery program moved off campus to its own secluded campus? And so, you know, those are all things that we've been working on as an organization with our strategic plan, which we're going to be rolling out by the end of this quarter. But it's a real situation that we have to address because of the fact that the problem is growing. For whatever reason, you know, you can look at the various reasons why people become homeless: addiction, mental illness, a bad, you know, home life. There's a number of different ways people become homeless, but it is truly an epidemic, and we're you know, reaching out to community partners all the time to look for opportunities for us to combine our resources, you know, collaborate on many different levels, excuse me, and see about actually moving the needle on homelessness.
Are we moving the needle?
It fluctuates from time to time. You know, we have a lot of great stories of transformation, both from the women's side and the men's side. You know, people finding permanent housing, getting into new jobs. Met with a young lady yesterday afternoon. Her name was Samantha, that's been in our program. She just started a new job. She was super excited about it. She's working at Popeyes. And you know, you couldn't pry the smile off her face. She was so joyful in the fact that she was taking that next step in her journey, and she's very grateful for being here. So yeah, so we're moving the needle, but it's.
And I don't ask that as criticism,
Of course,
but concern. And again, it's just it's such an overwhelming, growing number, and we know resources are limited. You just have to wonder.
Yeah, so it's almost like a, you know, one foot forward, 2 steps back kind of moment, you know, where you help one person, but then you have 2 new people show up at your door the next day. So we're not wanting for opportunities to serve the homeless population for sure. And you know, it's you know, we did you know, we had the 32 women, and you know, the question was asked, where were they staying before we opened up our program? And it's a great question. You know, we don't really have an answer for that. They could have been in an encampment. They could have been under an overpass. I mean, they could have been fleeing a real bad home life. But we probably could have tripled the size of the women's program and still get to a capacity issue by the end of the year.
And then I wonder, how do you recruit the community to be passionate about the dilemma? I'll pull up to a traffic light, and I struggle every time. Every traffic light, there's someone there that's working that intersection for you know, contributions. And should I give? Shouldn't I give? I give to Waterfront, but it pulls at me, and I don't know the right answer. It's not that I'm wanting to not share my wealth. It's, where will that go? Will it benefit them, or will it just hurt them in how it's used, etc.? So I struggle, and I've never been satisfied with an answer to that question. Do I give? Do I not give? So I struggle with that. And again, I have definitely a passion for it, been involved with it. But the rest of the community, does the community embrace it? Does the community just feel hassled by it? Pensacola, in your opinion, where are we in accepting the fact that we have an issue and it's ours to deal with?
So that's a great question. The short answer is, I think our community here in Pensacola, as well as over in Mobile, has a heart for wanting to take care of the individuals that are down on their luck. But there's a large contingency of people that are like, well, as long as you're doing it, I'm okay. Kind of an out of sight, out of mind kind of moment. So yeah, we do have supporters, but we also have people that are kind of like ostriches that stick their head in the sand, and as long as they don't see the problem, then there's no problem. And so, you talked about the individuals that are panhandling on the street corners and in the middle of the intersections and stuff like that. A lot of the times when I'm asked that question, the first thing I say is, well, if God has placed it on your heart to give money out your window to that individual, by all means do that. Because he's going to bless you for that gift that you give them. But on the reality side of things, that dollars, to your point, over the first 3 days will go to illegal drugs, alcohol, cigarettes, sometimes even prostitution. And so what we do is we coach our donors to say, if you really truly want to know where your dollars are going, invest in an organization like Waterfront. Because not all panhandlers are homeless, and not all homeless people panhandle. It can be a very lucrative business actually for individuals, because they are relying on the great kindness that we have as a community to give. When you see someone down on your luck, I shared a story. I was in my truck with my daughter Katie over by the thrift store about a year or so ago, and I've told her this part 100 times if I told her once. And while we're sitting there talking, a woman comes up, knocks on my window, and so I roll down the window, and she goes, "Hey, can you help me out? I really could use some money for some food." And I said, I don't give money out my car window, but I said, if you meet me across the street at the McDonald's, I'll buy you lunch. She thought about it for about a hot minute and said, no, never mind. Thanks anyways. And so, it actually drove home the point I'd been telling Katie all the time. I said, if that woman was truly hungry, she would have found a way to get across the street to meet me over at the McDonald's and get a lunch. And so you just got to be kind of careful with those kind of moments. But again, if God calls it to your heart, then you should do it, obviously. But yeah, so it's...
This sounds terrible to ask because I don't want it to sound negative. Is it a battle we can win?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I know.
Absolutely.
Is it a war we can win? We're winning battles on a daily basis. But
Yes, we are definitely winning battles on a daily basis. And as long as we stay focused on our ultimate goal, which for us as an organization, our ultimate goal is to share the gospel. And it depends on that person. It depends on what's on that person's heart. It could be that first time they hear the gospel, or that 15th time they hear the gospel, where it really truly sinks in. And so as long as we're continuously working towards our goal as an organization, we're going to win the battle. Absolutely.
And then I'll ask, on y'all's behalf, as the people that are committed to the folks that are part of Waterfront, your clients,
Mm-hmm.
how do you, all of y'all, how do you maintain your passion and excitement? How do you avoid getting discouraged?
Well, we can't avoid it altogether. There are days when we're kind of burnt out, and one of the things I've been sharing with the team lately is taking care of yourself, self-care, unplugging. The men and women that serve as chaplains at both of our missions put so much energy and passion into trying to help these individuals, and most of the time they want it more than they do. And so when you kind of lay out this plan and you're like, hey, this is foolproof almost, and they do it for a little while and then they kind of just leave and then come back later, and they don't want it as badly as you want it for them, it really takes a toll on them, and so it's very important for the team to be able to unplug and recharge their own batteries. And it's imperative actually for them to do that, because if they don't, they burn out, and then we're back at square one, and we're looking for new people to come in and help these people. This is a very high touch industry, and so we're always looking for individuals that that are called to this service. But it's important to recognize your own levels of stress and anxiety when you're dealing with a very complicated clientele. Does that make sense? I've been up all night, so I'm not sure if I'm making sense anymore.
Well, of course,
that goes without
kind of
saying.
lifestyle for you, but anyway.
So yeah, so
let me repeat that. Make sure that didn't get lost.
Did we cut the mic already? No, okay. Yeah, so obviously it is something we can win, but the passion is, so when we have a victory, that's really something that charges the batteries. We've had a few conversations around that when you have those small victories with the individuals you've been working with and so forth and so on, it really kind of negates 10 or 12 non-victories or negative situations or encounters. It's that one time that it really sinks in with a person and they make that positive change for their own life, and you feel like you've been a part of that change. And so
revitalizes you.
Absolutely,
energizes you.
every time, 10 times over.
Is it a group of people overall, so generalizing, but is it a group of people that appreciate your efforts, or is it an entitlement?
Well, it is an entitlement. The ones that don't want to make a change and they just expect things from time to time. But like, for instance, I was talking to you about the one woman that stopped by and just wanted to say thank you. There is an appreciation for what we do, and I think it's growing myself. People are stopping me as I come around the mission and I do my rounding and everything like that, and just want to say hi and just say thank you, and it's very rewarding. And of course, I take credit for the team all the time. It's like they couldn't do it without me, but no, of course they know that's a joke. I just want to do as much as I can to support the team and their efforts to support the community that we're taking charge of.
So here's a twist. Are we, Waterfront, are we too good at what we do? Are we a magnet for migration from one community to us? Or is it a traveling community that just
Well,
that's the different?
That's a very complicated question. So the short answer is yes and no. Part of the situation why our homeless population has grown in this area is because other counties in Florida, other counties in Alabama don't necessarily offer the same kind of resources that, say, Escambia County does. And so we attract individuals because they have a network of communication that rivals even AT&T amongst the homeless community. So when for instance, when we had the encampment under I-10, we encountered many individuals from as far north as Birmingham, Alabama. They heard what a great setup we had down here, and so our population under the encampment grew in just a very short period of time because everybody's like, oh, well, we'll just go down there. One of our executives had a conversation with a man. He said, this is the best thing ever. I sleep in my tent all day long, and I hear the bell at the end of the day for food. I come out and get food, and someone's brought me some new clean shoes and socks, and then I just go back to my tent. And he was very blunt. He says, I smoke my cigarettes and do whatever else I want, drink my alcohol, and then I just wait for the next dinner bell. So we have to be very careful as a community not to become enablers, and which is one of the talking points that I've had with many of the county commissioners now. And like, for instance, we have a group of individuals that love to camp out in front of the mission for a couple of reasons. One, the mission is like a security blanket for them. But two, they know people are going to come by because they know people are out in front of the mission and they want to do good. They want to feed the homeless. They want to provide them with little care packages and things of that nature. And then they want to go home and feel good about helping the mission or helping the homeless individuals. But they don't think about the unintended consequences. Oh, okay. What's going on? Oh, all right. Well, I was obviously in the middle of most brilliant conversation yet. Okay, so do we need to reset now? Okay. Sorry. Your coffee, sir, before it gets cold. Okay. All right. So put that coffee down, sir.
Sorry.
So yes, so we've had some lulls and breaks and excuse me, but we've also been getting questions from people that are viewing the live stream and everything like that. We're averaging about 12 individuals watching us, which is incredible. I think we doubled our viewership when Panther, our mascot cat, came over and sat on my lap for a little bit. But
Everybody has their own certain interest.
exactly. So, so it's been a bunch of great conversations, but we have had some lulls and some breaks, and it's an opportunity for me to even talk about, what it might be like to be homeless and be on my own and be without any human interaction, and maybe the loneliness factor of it. I will tell you this, I have a greater appreciation for someone that is experiencing homelessness just by sitting out here on this bench. I'm certainly not trying to equate this to what they're going through, because I have access to go inside and, use the facilities if I need to. And, I have food in there. So, I mean, it's not anywhere near what they're experiencing on a daily basis. But just being on this very rigid bench when someone doesn't have a solution, somewhere that they have a nice warm bed or shelter, is really eye-opening, quite frankly. What they may have to go through, because it's just tough. It's a tough road to haul.
Among the homeless as a community, is there a sense of community, camaraderie, or is it 100 individuals who are, as individuals, scratching and clawing for survival?
No, there's actually a strong community amongst the homeless population. In fact, I touched on it earlier in this broadcast about one of the most surprising things that I've learned is that the generosity of the people that come up to Waterfront. And what I mean by that is we have, from time to time, we'll have individuals that perhaps maybe are in a wheelchair or on a rollator or something like that. And to see the amount of effort their fellow guests or clients go out of their way to try to help them is amazing. I remember we had a woman that was here that had been in a serious car accident. One of our female clients really just stepped up and said, I'm going to take care of this lady, and really just started waiting on her hand and foot, quite frankly. And so I see that all the time when I'm going through and rounding in the mission. So it's definitely a community. It's all for one for them, for sure. Now you do have your individuals. That's pretty good grammar for not having any sleep. But you do.
Well, I can do it, but I won't.
Well, try not to skip any corners, okay?
Yeah.
so obviously there are little factions of homeless populations. You get your knuckleheads that want to just get us whatever they can and then they want to leave, almost kind of like locusts. They're going to just eat up all what they want to eat and then go on to the next thing. But for the most part, you have a very, very loving, kind, and generous population that look out for each other.
Take
Absolutely.
care of each other.
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
I think my final comment would be knowing what Waterfront is, knowing what it has been, and I know you're not looking for praise, but seeing where it has come to under your leadership, this is, it's kingdom work in its truest form.
Thank you, John.
And it is, where I started, it is on a daily basis, all day long. It is touching lives, and because of that touch, it is leaving someone better for it. So,
Absolutely.
And it's pretty sweet to be, and it's an honor to be allowed to be a part of the organization because, again, clearly it makes a difference every day. And it's the physical aspect of need, shelter, hunger, etc. But then feeding is such an opportunity. It is that open door to reach them, which is true kingdom work with the gospel.
Absolutely.
And with what we know that brings to their lives here and eternally. So that's good stuff.
It really is. We have had that same theme throughout the evening and into yesterday afternoon, that we have such a great opportunity to participate in God's work, and our team does not take that lightly, for sure. Any other praise you want to shower on me?
Probably pushed it already, so let's not go there.
Let's not.
Yeah, if you
Let's
want-
not say we
if you
did.
want 10 minutes of me just kind of ripping you apart, then
I
I'm up
always
for it.
enjoy that. It comes natural to you, I think. That's kind of well,
Thank you.
and so I was sharing with you earlier that your name has come up many times, all actually in good light. I shared the story about how. No, don't worry, nobody is equating you with me. So, but I did share the story about how you and Chris Kelly both had the same name on your suggestion list to serve on the board. And that's really truly how I first got introduced to Waterfront, and I had the honor of serving as the treasurer for 4+ years before stepping into this role. So if anybody wants to blame anybody, it's Chris Kelly and John Porter.
All that really says is we were both at the same point of desperation at the same time. And what to do.
What to do, I tell you. I can't wait. Chris is coming by later today, by the way. And so that should be just as
Tell him I
fun.
said
I will tell him you said hi. So now we got 5 minutes. So now we gotta stretch the conversation a little bit.
Too little, too late.
I know, right? So that's awesome. So John, let me ask you one last question, and then we'll let you go. You obviously we worked together at Baptist. We served as board members together, and then you've had the opportunity to be a board member while I've been in this role. Is there anything that I should be focusing on for, say, the next 5 years, 10 years that you think would do the best good for not only me but for the mission? Does anything come to mind?
The only thing that pops would be, and you mentioned it earlier, and it's an issue of capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we know you can bring capacity to a process operationally, so you can make it more efficient. Either stays are shorter. I'm not wise enough, smart enough to figure that out. That's your job, and you can bring capacity by virtue of brick and mortar, those kinds of things. But it feels like not just in Pensacola, but across the country, that it's a growing issue. And again, outpacing infrastructure, outpacing resources. So how do you bring more capacity? If you know the clientele is not going to stabilize or even decrease, then how do you prepare for an even larger wave of need coming our way? And I sure don't know the answer to that, but
Well, we are looking at that from a strategic perspective, as far as our growth and our, expanding our reach into the communities and trying to provide more resources. It may include a secondary campus, so then one becomes a male campus, one becomes a female campus. It may include also an addiction recovery campus. We've talked about that a number of times. If we were able to move the addiction recovery program completely off of this campus, then we would have obviously some instant capacity that we could backfill and would, quite frankly. So yeah, it's if I had my druthers and an open checkbook, we could do a lot of good actually, and it would be in the form of bigger and better campuses.
and then my last point would be to answer your question. What do you do? What do we do? How do we get more of the community aware and then more of the community eaten up with passion for being part of the solution?
Well, I've been telling people, we just need to have those conversations. Like, for instance, this event, this is shining a light on the homeless population and what we're trying to do to help combat that particular issue. But having those critical conversations across the desk from people, like our county commissioners, like our city council men and women, is critical. Our sheriff's department is a huge partner of ours, as well as Pensacola PD. So we just have to continue to have those conversations and then continue to invite people down to our campus. I've been kind of joking about how we're the best kept secret along the Gulf Coast. I mean, we've been in an organization doing God's kingdom work for over 76 years now, right? And how are you still the best kept secret if you've been doing it for 76 years? I mean, that's a tremendous length of time for any organization. And so, we have to do a better job of getting in front of the people that can get in front of people. So when people say, how can I help? I say, introduce me to somebody, or share the story with somebody, or help someone find their way to volunteer at the mission, either in the thrift stores or in the actual missions here in Pensacola, and as well as in Mobile. So there's a lot of ways that we can continue to enlighten people on a daily basis. So here's a challenge for you, sir. So today you're going to obviously go and disrupt many people's lives with whatever you have planned.
That's what I do.
So while you're doing that, just tell them, hey, you know what? Go disrupt Clay's life for a little bit. He could use it.
It's kind of a fun challenge.
We had a gentleman that I just met recently, this week in fact, that had been just starting to help the homeless near his home with his wife, because he saw the need, he saw the individuals on the side of the street, they felt eaten up about it, and they wanted to do something. That started with, bringing them waters, and then that turned into Gatorades, he said, and then he's trying to help them with IDs and housing and stuff like that. And so he's been reaching out to various providers, and how can he, participate? How can we collaborate in various different things? So, we need to just continue to pluck those type of individuals out and bring them into the fold and find out how we can utilize each other's resources and assets. Excuse me.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
So I guess that's a wrap for the man without a title.
Well, you not to get too mushy, but you do have a title, and the title is friend. So
I'll take that.
John, thank you so
And
much
value there.
for participating in this we'll have to get you on the front end of it next time, so I'm actually very lucid.
Okay, well, I'm going to set my expectations low, and I'll be less likely to be disappointed.
Awesome.
My friend,
Yes, sir. Thank you again.
2 o'clock's a long way away.
I said if I can make it past 2 a.m., it's all downhill from there. So, once the sunrise cracks the sky, I think it'll be a lot easier.
So I got a text from Rob Thompson.
Oh, that's right. He told me to say hello to you.
So he said he had just left you. So how y'all hook up for this?
Oh, it's a great story, actually. So, he's affiliated with Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints, and they have a huge food ministry, quite frankly. They have a lot of resources at their fingertips, and, he was just kind of saying, who can we bless? Who can we work with? And he realized that I was at Waterfront, and so he reached out on LinkedIn, of all things. And,
He's a good man.
love me some Rob. Yes, absolutely. And so we connected on LinkedIn, and then one thing led to another, and they've blessed us with 2 18-wheeler trucks full of non-perishable food. It's actually stacked to the hilt in our kitchen area. We still have some over in our RDC, and they're looking for other opportunities to partner with us on other initiatives as well. So it was just a kind of a Rob thing. He saw the possibility of a collaboration, and he reached out, so which we're very thankful for, of course.
Hang in there. It's for me.
No, don't touch that. All right, John, have a great day, sir. Yes, you can. Oh. Hello again.
Hey, I'm back again.
I'm back again. How are you doing? There's a microphone right there, if you don't mind. You gotta kind of hold it close because it's not very sensitive, so you can't just hang out down here. Nobody will be able to hear what you're saying. So do me a quick favor, for our viewing audience, would you just introduce yourself and tell everybody which organization you're with?
Be glad to. My name is Kevin Lazarus from Mobile, Alabama, and I work with First Steps. It's a group we started a few months back, earlier in the year, to help people get IDs. And it started with my church, Port City Refuge. It's a church plant downtown Mobile, and our congregation, being downtown, is the homeless population, the same group that Waterfront works with in the same area. And one of the things I found in working with everyone, a lot of the people down there, to get them a start, instead of just giving food or handouts, I don't know, I went a different direction. I decided I want to help people get IDs, and I was doing that on my own. I would travel around and take them to different offices, and I learned all the tricks to getting IDs, and I thought, well, there has to be a better way to do this. So I went up to Birmingham, and there was a group up there doing Project ID, and I spent some time with them, and they showed me what they were doing, and I came back to Mobile, and I said, we can make this work.
Okay.
And then somehow I met Eric Lindmark from Waterfront. He brought me in, and we had a meeting over there, and he said, tell you what, we'll just let you use our facility, see if you can make it happen here, and start with the men at Waterfront and the women that are there. And it just took off. It's been beautiful. We've been operating for about 5 months now.
Okay.
And in 4 months, we've taken care of over 300 different individuals.
Wow.
500 types of IDs. When I say IDs, it's birth certificates, it's social security cards, it's state IDs, driver's license. But the partnership with Waterfront is what opened everything up. And it's just being able to give people hope and dignity. It's been an amazing partnership, and we have new partners, new agencies coming in to work with us. So it has just grown, and now we're moving out to other parts of the county, but it's still tied into Waterfront.
That's fantastic.
So everything we do is driven off that.
Well, and it kind of underscores, a theme that we've had over the course of this event, and that's collaboration with community partners, and how important it is for us to share ideas and resources. And you met Eric, and so was that a chance meeting, or how do you know Eric?
I was just talking earlier. I don't remember how we met. But I used to go into Waterfront because some of the guys, I go in there and help them and take them places. So I'm sure we just ran into each other at Waterfront. And
Okay.
this discussion started there, and it's turned out to be a great partnership. I mean, with Eric, Ron Olmstead with Alta Point, the three of us in Mobile, we've kind of finally figured out that we don't have to reinvent everything. There are resources in Mobile. You have Alta Point, you have Franklin Healthcare for the homeless.
Yep.
We have different groups over there. As we meet them and learn what they have to offer, I want to focus on my IDs, but while we're sitting there talking to someone and they say, hey, I have a need for this, I want to have a reference point to say, hey, here's a group out here that can help you. And I think a lot of people don't know the different agencies and what they have available. So it's been great.
It's truly about connecting people. We love his wife Heather more, so we tolerate Eric, I should say.
Well, I just told Eric yesterday. I said, Eric, you know, if you were to disappear, Waterfront would continue. Heather, we have a problem over here.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue with you. That's funny. That's funny. So over 300 IDs. You're collaborating with Waterfront to obviously get in front of more people at a greater, instead of, because the homeless population, it's getting a little windy, so I apologize for that. The homeless population has a tendency to be nomadic at times, where, one day they're downtown Mobile and then maybe they're out towards Tillman Corner the next day and things of that nature. So what has been one of your biggest takeaways from working with this new program that you started?
I think just seeing them get hope and start moving on, because I think sometimes when they can't get an ID and they've been out there for so long, they just give up. And there's no one to walk with them and help them. And I think coming into Waterfront, that's the first step for getting help. And then I can take it a step further. Hey, let's get you some IDs. And then even the state resources for jobs. I mean, if they want a job or if they're looking for benefits. And it is a community. I mean, when you're downtown or even Tillman's Corner, and it's a different environment, but it's a community also. They take care of each other. They go together. They watch out for each other. Just watching how close they are, that's what's amazing, and that's what I love to see. And sure, there's a couple of them that get out there sometimes, but as a group, they do take care of themselves, and that's getting to know them. A lot of people look at the homeless population and they don't take the time to understand or know them or care about them. And they're good. They're great people.
Absolutely.
They're great people. And there's some people with faith. I can talk to them and start a conversation. We can go into faith and talk about the Lord. And that's my whole focus anyway, is if we bring Jesus to them so they can find true freedom in life. I mean, true freedom from everything. That's, they start those conversations, and some of them are very strong. And unless you go up and meet them, you would never know that. So that's what's exciting to me.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, is there any kind of question you have for me, perhaps?
Not really. No. I just, again, thanks for everything you're doing. And I'll tell you some things that are happening in Mobile. The Waterfront, when we started out, we had trouble getting people started to get IDs because they have to have a picture ID. And this is what's happened over there. The county health department said, you know what, we'll take a Waterfront ID. I don't know, well, that's great. Then I went to the License Commission office, talked to them. We'll take a Waterfront ID. And it's amazing that all the government agencies, when people think the government, they're not going to help. All these government agencies are just bending over backwards. I went to the state license office on Demetropolis. We'll take a Waterfront ID as an identification. I think it's opening up doors, what Waterfront is doing over there. So then I went to Social Security office, a federal office, met with them. We'll take a Waterfront ID. And I'm walking out, Lord, this is amazing. You're just opening doors to help everyone. So it's been beautiful. But as far as questions, no, I do hope in the future, in Mobile in particular, to finding shelter for women. I hope Waterfront, I know you have strategic planning, but I hope sometime down the road somebody looks at that, because I think that's what breaks my heart, is seeing that women are in Mobile and they don't have a place to go. There's not a shelter for most of them.
We have been having those kind of conversations amongst our executive team. We've also had
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt, but you kind of asked for me. I'm a community partner that works out here. I've been with helping out with Gateway Church for about the past 2 years, coming out here in front each month.
Okay, well, hang on a second. Do me a favor and check in with the group right there, and we'll get you in. I'm sorry, I wasn't.
fine.
It's like that's a big dude, you know. It's
Yeah.
like you gotta be, like, oh, hang on, what's going on? So, all right, I'm sorry. What were we discussing? Our women's
Your
services.
strategic plan, yeah.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that we're focusing on is obviously going deep before we go wide. You know, obviously we have a year under our belts here with women's services, so we've really learned a lot. And so that will be one of the strategic imperatives that we have in moving into future years. Sooner than later has always been my hope for everything, quite frankly. You know, and if money wasn't an option, an issue, then we'd have all the different services and all the different buildings and campuses and things of that nature. But we have to be really good stewards of our dollars and be very thoughtful of how we do it and how we get into it. Because once we start it, we're not going to ever stop.
Right.
So, but yes, you can rest assured that that is on our short list,
Good.
our very short list, actually.
I just, like I said, I love the work you do over there. The men that go through the program in Mobile, to watch the changes in their life.
Absolutely.
It's amazing. And there's several men over there from my church that, you know, they stay there. That's their, you know, right now, temporarily, that's their home. I know they're going to move on at some point, and that's what we're trying to help them. But without your support in downtown Mobile, I don't know where everyone would be.
Okay. Well, we're going to be there for a while.
I know you've been there for
So
76 years?
over 76 years now. Wow. So isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
You know.
And I think in Mobile, everyone's heard of the mission, but I will tell you, as when I was an outsider before I even went there, and you really don't know what it is. And I would encourage people in Mobile. I wish more people in Mobile would go take a tour, meet the people, see what's happening there. It's very impressive. I mean, to see the team that you have there and the chaplains that you have, their heart is so open. And I'm just, for those guys to be in there for several hours or to work a long shift of the day, and it's challenging because you get pulled 20 different directions, and they are always smiling, helpful. They know how to keep everyone calm and just say, you know, just be patient. And they do. They'll get back to everyone, but it's a challenge, and I admire all of them.
Well, I appreciate it.
I try to go in there and say, hey, what can I do to help you today? Because I don't want to go in there and, you know, we have people from outside Waterfront that come in that want IDs, part of the homeless community. And I tell them, if we're bringing more people in to create stress, please let me know, and we'll try to keep everybody in a great mood. And it's a good team. It really is a good team.
We have a really strong team over in Mobile, you know, and so yeah, I'm excited for all the different things that we're working on and having conversations about. And Eric is truly a great team member to have. He seems to know everybody. I'm not sure how, but he seems to know everybody, and so he's making connections left and right for the mission, making connections left and right for all the different programs. And you know how he's always thinking, how can we do something, how can we do something better, how can we do something more efficient. So anyways, they're having a lot of great conversations without us, so I just want to make sure that we're not interrupting anything.
I love how Eric does things. He'll text me, we need to be here at 2:00.
Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm walking into, but it's to make another connection, to meet someone, to learn about their operation, and to see what
I've had this
same
situation with Eric.
Yeah. So he's great though. So it's a good team. I love what's happening in Mobile.
If I could channel his energy, the next little bit of, my alarm that I usually don't wake up to is just going off. I usually wake up well before it, and so I disable it, but not this time. Well, sir, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. You know, obviously get some more coffee, and enjoy your trip back over to Mobile. I'll be making a trip back over there in the very short near future. So.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. I appreciate your time. Good to see you. Who was that? Wait, isn't Dave in there now? 5:45 actually. Okay. Very good. Thank you. It's actually starting to get cold now. The whole rest of the evening has not been this cool. So interesting.
What's up, Robert?
You're still on the calendar, right, Robert?
6:30. They moved me. I asked them if they can move me up a little bit. So.
Oh, okay, okay.
Y'all early birds.
Yeah, this Joker is an hour late.
No, I was an hour early. You were about 2 hours, 3 hours early from telling me I had to be here on time. Yeah, I was like, he's got to be joking with me. That's what I said. There's no way he would tell me 30 minutes before I have to be there that I have to be there.
Well, I'm not entirely sure how you decided that you living in Pensacola.
They did it.
We're going to be on a Zoom.
They invited me that way. What are you talking about?
He's like, he was probably going to just not even have the camera on. He's going to do it from his bed. It's like, good heavens.
Hey, by the way, just a tip.
You have to put that up to your mouth so they can actually hear you.
But a tip, when you guys are done and you're standing up, move that way, away from the camera, because all you see is from here to here.
Okay.
I'm surprised no one's told you that yet.
Well, I haven't really been getting up too much.
And then I was going to text you about this, but then I saw that you guys covered it up.
Oh yeah, the team inside picked up on that, so no worries. We got it covered.
Is this on what do you call it? Sponsored by?
Yeah, no. No. So, for the record, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Oh, we're live?
Yeah, we've been live.
Dave Barrera, I'm the Vice President of HR here at Waterfront.
Okay, very good. And so, how long have you been in this role?
Well, in this role with Waterfront, I've been almost 4 years. Prior to that, I was with the payroll company that Waterfront uses.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the clients that kept me real busy was Waterfront, so I feel like I was...
You were already kind of working for us at the time, I remember.
And then prior to that, I did a year of consulting, some HR consulting with Waterfront. So in total, about 8 years that I've been involved.
Very nice. And, okay, so what questions do you have for me?
What do you think distinguishes us from other like organizations? What makes us unique compared to them?
Well, it's our Christ-centered focus on serving God's children, and being steadfast and helping them achieve their goals.
Right.
It's very simple. We always put Christ first.
Right.
God first. Family second, work third.
Right.
And as long as we keep those priorities in order, we're going to continue to succeed. And it's interesting to see all the activity this early in the morning. So.
That's a nice perspective, for
sure.
It
is, and actually I've talked about the perspective a little bit, how I've gained a little bit more of an insight of what, people that are experiencing homelessness actually go through. Certainly not trying to diminish what they are going through by just being on the bench for 24 hours. But boy, howdy, this bench is rough.
Oh yeah, I think just not having a place to go other than the bench is...
Absolutely, having zero options.
Right.
But truly, they don't have zero options. They can come to the mission, quite frankly. And so, we've had some great conversations with some clients and stuff like that, and they've shared their stories and how they're very thankful. In fact, just kind of had an impromptu one when they did early release. A lady had come out here and just wanted to say thank you, and I'm like, oh, that's great. Oh, did you see that? Was that okay?
Yeah, I haven't been able to sleep, so I've been watching a lot of this.
Oddly enough, I haven't been able to sleep either.
Well, a couple of times I saw you not. No, just kidding.
Was it when Dave was out here telling dad jokes?
I did see that. He brought out his phone. I saw that.
He had some good ones though. He had someone that I hadn't heard yet. So that was kind of fun for me. So.
Yeah, that was a necessary thing for him to do.
This has definitely been a very eye-opening exercise, and trying to relate on even some small level what they have to endure on a daily basis. And so again, by no means is this I can never I can never tell sometimes. So anyways, it's just a small way for we can delve into the idea of what homelessness actually feels like, and being out here, and it's actually getting super kind of cold now. Actually,
I feel
it
that
hasn't
coldness.
been cold for the most part of the day, so I'm starting to shiver a little bit. So I can only imagine what it's like to be when it's really cold outside. And you know, I'm just thankful that our organization is always up to the task to take on additional people when we have extreme weather situations like snow began back in January. That was a crazy time
It
actually.
was. Yeah.
Floridians don't function well in the snow. Go,
Especially
go,
behind the wheel.
go figure. Go figure. We don't function well in the snow.
This is line of flight.
But rain?
Just want to know if City
We can
Mission
drive
is
in rain
ready
all
for
day
7
long.
o'clock.
No, that dude wind up in Bowslice Bridge hanging.
What? That was one dude, so
And we'll need a room.
he doesn't represent the whole group of us.
Well, I've heard you talk a lot about, what
So
separates.
I don't have that conversation on my schedule, but I can make it happen. Um,
I think what a lot
I
of people
have it
don't know
at
about
9
us
a.m. Mountain
that
Time.
separates us from these like organizations. We don't take any federal dollars.
So I have it a little bit later than I think
We
you
actually
have it.
talked about that.
But
Yeah.
let me see if they're ready for you.
That was early on. Probably in your office, sleeping.
I apologize.
But I
It's
think that's an important
Washington.
distinction.
I
I think people
apologize.
think we get money from federal and state,
We,
and
we
that's how we operate.
no, we truly do not.
Yeah, I still don't have anything for
dollars.
Light of Life
We
until 9
just
a.m.
don't
Mountain
want
Time.
the
So,
conditions that
who
come
did you
with
need
all
a
that.
room with? Washington
We
City?
have such a tremendous
Yeah,
donor
Diana.
base, and we have
So I haven't been able to get a hold of Diana all night.
with
She's
our
been on
thrift
our
stores, the
schedule a
in-kind
couple times.
donations and
Washington
stuff like
City
that.
has.
We haven't been,
They haven't responded to
forced
our calls or
to go
texts or
after federal
anything.
dollars. But we've also been able to
So I'm just not
increase
sure
our revenue streams.
if they.
We added the Aruka Respite Center. Our grant initiative has been really successful of late with our incredible Lexi Osborne, who's our PR and development associate.
Superstar.
She is a superstar, and plus we have the right people in the right positions like Dana Wilson, who's bringing a very analytical approach to the retail division. So, we're constantly looking for those opportunities and investing in those individuals that can help drive a greater amount of value to the mission. I got to hear that conversation about the gentleman that showed up that wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, I
But
missed that. Dude sounded a little like Dave. He had a real deep voice. I thought it was Dave talking.
Dave viewed it? Okay. Well, I'll have to get that story another time.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll have it. Maybe they put him in the schedule for later.
Maybe. Come back when it's bright out. I'm waiting for the sun to come out, honestly. I need that warmth.
Oh yeah. And also to align with what you said about being Christ-centered, I think people don't know that we choose to allow our employees, to go to church and to serve and to be with God on Sundays, because we close on Sundays when similar organizations don't, and we do.
Absolutely. In fact, one of the things I meant to share with you from the Akramarsa, Mike Andrews from the Foundry was during his conversation with us, shared a missions policy. So he said if someone was going on a mission trip to wherever, that if they needed they took 5 days, then he would spot them 5 days. So it's something we may want to look at to further God's kingdom work. So 5 minutes, thank you. Could you cut that down to 2?
I do have another question since we only have 5. I think from my perspective, you talked about it earlier that people do enable like some of the homeless by giving them money when they're panhandling. But as an organization, I think we've done the same for our community leaders. We've done such a good job that we're enabling them to ignore the issue, and I think they need to step it up.
Well, as you know, I'm meeting with community leaders across the board because we're asking them to get more involved, and help us come up with solutions with some very unintended consequences. And so I'm very excited about having a conversation with one of our county commissioners later this morning. We have some supporters on the Pensacola City Council that we're going to be meeting with in the very near future. So
Because I think an important question, Clay, is what, we talk about all the great things Waterfront is doing, but what if tomorrow Waterfront closed? What impact
First
would
of all,
that have on the community?
don't say that out
No, I
loud.
know, but I'm just thinking about really put it in perspective for these community leaders, for the thrift stores. We serve a lot of people at thrift stores. We serve a lot of needy people, poor people that don't have furniture, that wouldn't have a bed, that wouldn't have clothes. We do all that. If we all of a sudden closed, what impact would that be on the community? I think that's important to address.
Well, I think it would be a huge impact, actually, because we do take care of a lot of different things and we do provide a lot of different services. And so we just need to continue to work our butts off to ensure that the mission survives for the next 75 years.
No, we will. But I think for our leaders, our community leaders, for our community to be involved, they need to understand that if we were to go away tomorrow, things would look a lot different in Pensacola and in Mobile.
Absolutely.
It absolutely would. Not just from a mission standpoint, ministry standpoint, but our thrift store serves so many people, not only the customers, but the employees. We serve them as well.
All right. Well, Dave, thank you. Thank you for coming and talking with me, even though you're an hour and a half late. And I think we're going to take a break or switch over to the national broadcast, perhaps. Okay. We're on break. All right. So awesome. Thank you.
That was good. Thank you. Sleep for a minute.
You just get your butt in the office.
Awesome, man.
Oh. I love the sound deterrent that. Hey guys, are you guys picking up the sound deterrent outside? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking to them over there. Nope. Okay. So it's just us hearing it.
I
So
was actually listening to it on YouTube. I could hear the other.
you could hear that? Okay.
A very slight. Do what?
I still can't hear what you just said. What?
You gotta speak up.
Okay. Okay. I was curious though.
How's the guests been? The clients and all that?
They've been just fine, actually.
Really?
We had a lady that had got early release. So I don't know, 45 minutes ago, a half an hour. I don't know. But
nobody trying to
but
just
she,
kinda jump in,
she
or-
just, no, yeah, she actually just kind of walked up while we were finishing up a conversation and wanted to just say thank you, and
Okay.
she wanted to share her story a little bit with me, and yeah.
Awesome.
I'm,
So we kick
I'm,
off.
I'm getting, I don't know. Are we good to go, gentlemen? Are we good to go, Kayla? Oh, so we've been good to go. So
All right. So
it's a not a very sensitive mic, so you have to keep it close so it picks up what your side of the conversation would be. So
I'll speak loud enough as is.
you do actually.
A little
We've
country twang.
something that we've been meaning to talk to you about, actually.
I figured that. So does my wife.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank on the gentleman that just came over from the ID card solutions.
That is Kevin Lazarus.
Kevin, yeah, we were talking, and we determined that if you left, the mission would still be okay, but if Heather left, we'd be in a world of hurting.
You know what's weird is I actually just got told that by the same man yesterday. He said, Eric, you are a very integral piece, but if you left, we're good. If Heather left, which, she is the glue of the mission over there.
No doubt, no doubt.
So how have you been this morning? Man, I just came over from Mobile and
I'm starting to feel the effects, actually.
Yeah.
I'm a little punch drunk. I'm a little cold, actually, and I don't usually get cold.
Yeah.
But I'm shivering a little bit, actually.
You know what was odd is when I saw you first get on, you had a hoodie on or a sweater on.
I still do.
Yesterday, and it was like, it's like 80 degrees.
But I'm comfortable. I'm in my long sleeve Carhartt. I mean,
Yeah.
it's important to not only feel good, but to look good.
Well,
and
of
you can't look any better than wearing Carhartt and Skechers slip-ons.
You look very dapper. Very dapper.
I went for total comfort, and I don't care who knows it.
I'm actually shocked you went with this metal bench.
Well, honestly, Mark suggested the couch within the thing. I said, first of all, my family would have just needled me to death about the fact that that's not a bench.
That's right.
And the thing is so dang comfortable. You sat on it.
Yeah.
I would have fallen asleep.
Passed out.
Now, how would that look at 2:30 in the afternoon that I fall asleep half an hour into this broadcast?
Well, apparently there's somebody else sleeping on the bench with a fire.
That I know. I'm not sure.
We may need to bring a fireplace out here.
Yes, absolutely. But interestingly, I got a gift packet in the mail the other day, and I can't remember who it's from, but it was just about 24 hand warmers.
Oh, wow.
So I may have to go get one of those, actually.
So tell me, what's been your favorite point so far?
Talking with my daughter.
Talking with your daughter. That's
Katie,
awesome.
Katie came and sat down with me at 1 o'clock.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you expecting her?
I did.
Okay,
I was expecting her. So that was the highlight.
Yeah.
Don't say anything to anybody else though.
Okay.
But for obvious reasons,
Yes.
I'm super proud of her. She does just a great job of
That's awesome.
of driving value, and we had some fun at her husband's expense, which is always good to go.
Yeah.
So,
That is awesome. That is awesome. I like it. So you got to meet Kevin for the first time from First Steps.
hold on a second.
Okay.
I think we have a late comer.
Do it. Okay.
That's Allison Hill. So
Hey, I'm totally fine with it. Moving on.
We're gonna we're gonna cut you loose early, Eric, and we'll bring you back obviously to finish this conversation. But Allison is one of our strategic partners in the area,
Absolutely.
so
I just want to say I appreciate you.
Oh, well,
and
thank you.
Doing this, I'm proud of you.
This has been interesting to say the least. All right.
All right.
Oh. You're fine. Been talking about you for the last 12 hours.
You did not have that much content, I know.
I absolutely did. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good.
You don't have a jacket on? I'm starting to freeze, actually.
Well, I'll tell you in a few minutes if how I feel. So.
Oh,
So
hold the mic. It's not very sensitive, so you have to hold it close, so it'll pick up your side of the conversation. I have a mic somewhere over here.
Okay.
So we're good to go. So.
Are we going now?
We are going right now.
Am I just looking at you?
Yeah.
Camera? Okay.
Yeah. So we've started to see people wake up and they're starting to join the live stream. So we're up to like 30 some odd people. So I know it's
so good morning for those who want to get up this early. You know, Clay's really my friend if I'm here and dressed and makeup and everything this early in the morning.
That's so funny. That's exactly how John Porter introduced himself. He's like, he must be a friend of mine because I'm dressed. I got my makeup on. And
now I know John. He's an early riser, so this was.
He absolutely is an early riser, and just give him a cup of black coffee, and he's good for 12 hours.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm an early riser. I'm just not usually this put together this early. So
I am too, but it's usually I'm at the house. I'm drinking my coffee. I'm getting into emails. At my nice leisurely pace. And so, let me preface all this conversation with I might sound really stupid because it's been
that's a great preference.
Very very long evening. But so first of all, introduce yourself actually for everybody.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm Allison Hill. I'm the CEO of LifeView Group, which is a family of nonprofits. You may be familiar with Lakeview Center or Families First Network, Global Connections to Employment. But we're a nonprofit headquartered in Pensacola with the mission of helping people.
Absolutely. And I've actually gotten the privilege of working with you when I was in the Baptist Healthcare organization when you guys were still affiliated with Baptist for about 3.5, 4 years, and it was a lot of fun. It really truly was.
It's been a little bit, hasn't it, Clay? We've been friends for a long time.
We have actually. It's been crazy, but what's so interesting is that you and I have been working towards the same goals, just with different organizations now for a while. But one of the first things I thought of when I started working here was how do we collaborate with Lakeview Center? Because one of the chief components to homelessness is mental illness, and so we've been working on many different levels and collaborating on many different things. And so, talk about what it means to help individuals with mental illnesses, or maybe even helping people through those kind of challenges.
Yeah, one of the things that's important to understand about LifeView Center and just really LifeView Group and our philosophy across all the services that we provide is that we want to meet people where they are, and we understand that people need support where they live, work, and play. And so while there is support needed sometimes in a hospital or an inpatient setting, we understand that that's not where people live. And so we have a lot of community-based supports so that individuals have the resources to live as independently as they can, live their best life.
Absolutely.
To support, I said the individual, but also their support system, because mental illness is a chronic disease, just like any chronic disease. And that means that usually the entire family, the entire support system is involved in healthy living decisions to manage that disease.
Absolutely. So let me ask you this. You've obviously been at LifeView Group for a number of years. What would be your number one takeaway from how your organization has changed to meet the growing demand of mental illness across the board?
One of the things that,
Don't sound so surprised.
well, it's a hard question for this early in the morning, but how I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years, people are more willing to have a conversation about mental illness and substance abuse disorders.
Absolutely.
Where I would still say there's stigma attached, but individuals, loved ones are willing to kind of raise their hand and say, hey, I need support. There's things going on. So that's different than in the early part of my career where people just didn't talk about it. I think that generally people recognize and appreciate and understand that mental illness can have anybody. It doesn't look a certain way. And that we all have loved ones that may be struggling. And so what our organization does is look for ways to meet that community need and look for a payer who's willing to help us meet that community need.
Sure.
I would say now, as compared to 25 years ago when I started, we have a lot more community-based teams. We have a lot more rapid response, and we focus on what we call intervention. It really is diversion to the right level of care. I think when individuals maybe don't always know how to access care, and so the first thought is I need to go to the emergency room or I need inpatient. The other extreme is I need to see a doctor.
Sure.
And there's so many other care options, so many other treatment options. And so I think that has changed a little bit, and we have started to educate, and those community teams help because we go where people are and we work with them in their home, at their school, wherever we can be most effective.
Meet them where they're at.
Exactly.
That's
physically and from a treatment perspective.
Absolutely. So, that's been a recurring theme. Hey, Eric, come here, please.
Yeah, we're not the only ones starting to wake up and move around
I know,
this morning, huh?
Could I trouble you to kind of corral some of the individuals over here, keeping the noises and stuff down? It's a little distracting. Thank you, sir. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Listen, like I said, we must not be the only early risers. People are starting their day today.
And did you hear our lovely neighbors across the way with their deterrent, the ding dong?
Oh, I did hear that, and I thought it was somebody's car or something making that. So.
No, that's from one of our neighbors. That it's a deterrent that will hopefully not allow people to kind of congregate out in front of their business. It's very interesting. It has no effect on them, actually, I'm here to say, but it does have an effect on us and the team for some reason.
It's actually kind of a pleasant kind of dinging sound.
They've tried.
But you have been here for hours with us, so I don't know.
Well, it only starts. There's obviously noise ordinances, so it can't be played throughout the night. But I think it started about an hour ago. But anyways, I'm sorry. What were we talking about just now?
We were talking about just the changes in mental health.
Oh, right. So, it from our perspective, I should say, being one of the leading causes of homelessness, it made perfect sense to reach out to you guys early on and see how we could collaborate. I know we've had bouts of times where we haven't had a consistent collaboration going, but I know that when we have, our team is extremely thankful for when you send your folks over and they do pre-assessments, and I think it actually helps your team as well, having a bigger group of people that you can see all at one time, or one rapid succession, one after another, because we have a lot of individuals that come up through day resources and spend shelter services that could use your services as well. And so it just makes sense that we, collaborate and pull our resources and see how we can work with each other to help in that area as well.
Yeah, because one of the things that we don't want is for people to be through a revolving door.
Oh, yeah.
Where they show up at the emergency room or they end up in jail and then they are released and they still haven't gotten the help and the support that they need. And so it's just a continuous cycle.
Yeah.
So if we can do that intervention early enough and help individuals get access to the treatment services that they need, then we can kind of break that cycle. Because if an individual commits a crime, they need to be in jail.
Sure.
But if they need treatment for a mental illness, that's not the reason that they need to be in jail. And so, or in the emergency room, if they're there, if they've had a medical emergency, that's exactly where they need to be. But if we can provide care and support outside of those settings, then we need to have those opportunities. And so, like I said, we have several community teams now that do that, that can be reached so that we can hopefully be effective at getting involved early on.
Very nice, very nice. Any questions you might have for me that might be on your mind, what we're trying to do?
Well, yeah, why don't you talk a little bit? Have you already talked about the respite and how we work together on that? Because that's a little bit of a new collaboration that you mentioned that I know the hospitals are most actively that resident is important, and we may not have the capacity to help with that.
Well, yeah. So interestingly, I don't know if you and I have ever really spoke about how we could collaborate on the Aruka respite side, but yeah, we almost have 100% participation in Escambia County. And we're growing in the Mobile County area with healthcare for the homeless and infirmary and USA Healthcare. So it's really quite interesting to see how it's been growing organically. We're getting inquiries for our respite dorm from as far north as Montgomery, Alabama, and as far east as Jacksonville, quite frankly. And so I think there'll be a very real time very soon, probably within the next 2 quarters, that we're going to have to expand more beds. So we currently have 10 beds here for men and 7 for women, and then we have 10 beds over on our Mobile mission, and it's just been this just incredible getting the clinicians on board and the caseworkers, and it really truly is becoming a win-win-win situation. It's a win for the healthcare organization because now they have an option for those individuals that are experiencing homelessness that are healthy enough to be discharged, but not quite healthy enough to finish it on the streets. It's a win for the patient. Now they don't have to go back to the streets and try to get healthy. And then, of course, it's a win for us because it's a new service line that we provide, and the collaboration provides additional funding for us and our ministry. So, when you have a win-win-win situation, nobody's going to lose because everybody's winning. So it's been really good. But so it's an interesting thing that I never thought about how we could help with Lakeview Center and you guys reaching capacity, because I know that's a real serious situation for you guys, and the number of the number of detox beds and those emergency oh gosh, I'm trying to remember the
Crisis beds.
The crisis beds. Yeah. So they're limited, and there's a huge need for additional beds. So that's awesome. That I honestly hadn't thought about how we could collaborate on that level yet. So go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, we've said the word collaboration a lot this morning, and I'm not really sure unless you're in this space or doing this work that folks may understand what that means. I mean, I know everybody understands what to collaborate means, but the importance of it.
Oh yeah.
Because one of the things that I have come to realize over my years of doing this work is no organization can support the needs of this community on their own.
No, not even
if
close.
we don't share the resources that we have, we won't have the impact collectively that any of our organizations want to have.
Agreed.
I know we all have slightly different mission statements, but it really is about making a difference and helping our community at the end of the day. And we share a lot of the same individuals, the same families, because the needs sometimes are very complex and the resources that individuals need are very complex. And so that collaboration is more than just, hey, we're going to work together and, talk about things. It really is, how do we come together and pool the resources that we have and say, this may not be best for my organization, but it's best for this person. So how do we make that work?
Absolutely. It's actually been a kind of an underlining theme for all the conversations that I've been having over the last many hours. The community, and it's going to take the entire community, from our city council members to our county commissioners to our healthcare providers to our providers in the mental health industry, us, to really come together and develop solutions for these very complex problems, as you just said.
Right.
And so we're reaching out across the aisle on many different levels. In fact, we will have a county commissioner here later this morning. They don't wake up this early.
I don't know. Some of them do. I've been on
maybe one or
talk
two
shows before with one of our former county commissioners. He's a very early riser.
Oh,
so.
okay. Well, okay. So maybe he's the exception to the rule.
Maybe so.
But it all starts with having that initial conversation and really identifying the root cause, and then trying to come up with viable solutions that may not be, like you said, a win for or 100% win for my organization, but it's right for the client that we're trying to serve, because it is about them and taking care of them. And that's what the Respite Center was actually built on. I don't know if I ever shared with you the trigger point for us on that. But in my first year, it's about 3 months into it, so during July 2021, I get to work early, like 6:30, just kind of about right now, and there's a person sprawled out in front of our admin building, and I'm like, what? Who am I going to have to fire today? And then as I got closer, I realized that it was a woman. I'm like, why is there a woman out in front of our all-male shelter? We weren't set up for women at the time. But long story short is, a healthcare organization, 2 counties to our east, put this poor woman in a Z cab in the middle of the night, drove her all the way over to here, and she literally spilled out of the Z cab in our front lawn and stayed there until she crawled over in front of the building, where I found her at 6:30 the next morning. I was like, that's terrible. We can do better than that. It can't always be about the bottom line. It has to be about doing right for that person or that client or that patient. And so we just want to make sure that we're having those, communications, because if they had called us, we would have been like, hey, we're not set up for women, maybe take her here. Or at a minimum, if the Z-Cab driver had maybe hit our gate buzzer, we would have been like, well, let's bring her inside, we'll put her on a cot, and we'll reevaluate in the morning. But none of that happened because nobody was talking to anybody. They were just like, out of sight, out of mind, not my problem,
It takes a very special perspective, though, to want to collaborate and work that way. I'm really proud to be part of the nonprofit network in our community. We have a really strong network of organizations that do just pick up the phone and say, hey, Clay, take the phone call. I always take the phone call. And sometimes people want things that aren't doable, aren't reasonable, aren't, practical. But it's not always about the yes. It's always about, can we talk about it and see what's going on and see if we can together figure out a solution that does make sense, that we can say yes to.
Yes.
Even though, again, what has been asked is maybe not, exactly what gets delivered.
Okay, well, very good. Anything you're working on from the LifeView group that you'd like to share with our dozens of people?
We're always working on something.
Of course.
You had asked earlier kind of like how things have changed over time. And I think paying attention to what is happening in the community and responding to those needs. We still are settling into to Lakeview's big initiative to open the central receiving facility for adults. We just are about a year and a half old. Can we celebrate a year and a half anniversary?
Sure, why not?
It's odd, but every day we are celebrating that process because it
our
was
18th month anniversary.
18-month anniversary. Yeah, it was a big lift and has had a really positive impact. In case folks aren't aware, in Escambia and Santa Rosa County, if a Baker Act involuntary commitment is required, then you come to our campus, to our central receiving facility for the assessment and the evaluation. And if inpatient admission is required, then we coordinate with our 2 area hospitals or our crisis unit for admission. Many times we can connect with a different level of care. It may be that an individual's just out of their medication or they need case management. We can connect with those services. It's had a huge impact, I think, on that revolving door that we talked about earlier.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes an individual presents and the Baker Act criteria are not met, but clearly there's a need for services. And if you show up at the wrong door and all I can offer you is inpatient and you don't qualify, then the cycle just continues. Collaboration involves the area hospitals, law enforcement, judges, our payers. I mean, the county, the city, everybody has been involved in making sure that this works. Because we also don't want people to get stuck. Like, it needs to be a quick process where we are getting people to the level of care that they need.
That sounds fantastic. So, well, Allison, thank you so much for joining me on the bench. I do greatly appreciate it. And
thanks for asking.
Of course, always. Thank you for agreeing to come out here. You have a big day planned, I'm sure.
Actually, my father-in-law went to the emergency room last night, so I was up there till late last night, and I'm headed back again this morning.
You could have called out. I would have been okay with that.
What else was I doing this morning? It's fine.
All right. Well, we'll pray for your father-in-law.
Thank you. I definitely need that.
Okay. Be safe.
Thank you.
All right. Who's next? What's up, Tiny?
What's up?
Good to see you, sir.
You too.
Have a seat. Grab the mic.
All right.
Oh. You got a lot of noisy people this morning.
It's been busy this morning for sure.
Well, it's starting to, the sun is starting to peek through the clouds, and I feel like I might be on the tail end of this.
You are. You're on the downhill. You're on the downhill slope.
I'm on the downhill slope for sure. So it's been a very interesting almost 24 hours. So God willing, I'll finish strong and
Amen.
Then go get
I know you will.
Then go get a nap. All right. Well, so excuse me, Robert. Introduce yourself real quick, please.
Okay.
And tell us what you do for the mission.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning. My name is Robert Carpenter. I'm the manager of rescue services here at the Waterfront. I've been with the Waterfront now going altogether 18 years.
Oh, wow.
And I love it. I love what I do. God has just blessed me in so many ways to be able to do something that you really enjoy doing. So it's not really a job. It's an adventure every day. So
as I recall, I first met you when I was a board member. Mm-hmm. And I had a family situation that I needed help with, and the mission was instrumental in helping me with that situation. You in particular, you actually took the helm on it. I don't know if you drew the short straw or whatever, but I remembered how incredibly generous you were with your time and your energy and your information, and you really helped us navigate a very challenging time in our family member's life. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you. Well, thank you. It was a little bit of a challenge, and we had some hoops to have to jump through, but we did get it done.
We did get it done.
Yes.
And that I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate you, man.
So what questions might you ask this morning, sir?
So it's been, man, I tell you, my journey has been such an amazing adventure. I started out on the retail side. I was an assistant store manager for 5 years starting out. Actually, I had applied to come in as an assistant chaplain in the evening time over at New Hope over at Gulf Breeze.
Okay.
And the guy that got the job, he beat me out. He had more Bible college than I did at the time, so he got the job. But the person that was the manager there was impressed with my resume and all that and everything, and so he recommended me over to the thrift store, and so that's how I kind of came into Waterfront. And God just really laid it on my heart to be able to go onto the ministry side of things. I knew I was doing a lot with the men and women that were working there at the thrift store at the time. So he really laid it on my heart to want to do more of that. And so I swapped over to the mission downtown as the operations manager and moved into that position over there downtown. So my whole journey through Waterfront has been amazing. Seen a lot of change for the better, a lot of change for the better. So I guess one of my questions would be, as the CEO and the president, what is your leadership style? What are you looking for when in your leadership style? How do you lead others?
Oh wow, that's actually a very good question, Robert. I've of course thrown out the whole idea of servant leadership. And, I've talked about John Porter and how he helped groom me as a servant leader, but I also kind of talked about my relationship with my brother who had Down syndrome. And, he truly was a great guy. And my sisters and I used to be always at the Special Olympics events, always at his school, volunteering, and my parents, by just treating Randy normally, really kind of instilled this sense of servant leadership in us at a very young age. And it really has really just tracked with me over the years. So I think it's important that you develop everyone on your team, the same way. Not, God bless you. I got distracted. But being a servant leader is just focusing on developing your team to their greatest potential. So if you're able to lift those people up, you'll lift yourself up as a leader because you're proximal to them.
Thank you for that. What would you say your greatest, one of the greatest accomplishments that you've been able to do so far since you've been in this position?
Well, so we've been able to accomplish a lot of things, but one of the things I'm certainly proud of, when I took over in 2021, we only had 2 revenue streams. We had our incredible supportive donors, our institutional givers, our individual givers, our foundational givers, and then we had the retail stores. And that was very concerning, because we were just coming out of COVID. The economy was really kind of tanking. Inflation was getting super high. So I was thinking, financially, we need to diversify our revenue stream. And so, when we were developing the Aruka Respite Center, we developed it in such a way that we could develop new dollars for our ministry. So the thing that I'm really proud of is that we were able to identify a need and develop a program that not only takes care of the clients that we're already serving, but it better prepares them for a post-acute care hospital stay, and then we can earn additional dollars for our ministry at the same time. So that's what I'm really proud of, the fact that we were able to identify a need and satisfy a need while developing sustainability for the mission long term.
All right, that's great.
Very
So
good.
one of the things that I see, we of course, we have our day center here at the mission, and we also have, the overnight shelter. We have several programs for men and women now. I was excited when the Waterfront took that step. I think that was a huge need in our community when having women. I mean, there were several women, that would come up for day services, but we had to refer them to other places, and there wasn't really a lot of places for them to go.
And,
So
and
with
there's
us,
even less now.
exactly. So with us being able to take that step to be able to offer those services and things, that's one of the things that really has, I feel like, has made Waterfront even better. You know, I mean, it was good, but it's even better because of all the ways that we're able to help more people, you know, on a daily basis. So
Okay. Well, very good. So, what else would you like to ask me? While you have a list too.
I have a list.
Everybody's got a list.
I know. What steps do you take to build a healthy and inclusive workplace culture?
Well, quite frankly, the first step to doing that is respect everyone. You know, we talked a little bit about it at the Akramarsa event last week, but you have to have absolute respect for everybody you work with, not just your boss or your peers, but everyone that you interact with. If you don't have respect for everybody, then it's just not going to work. But and you have to engage each and every one of them and solicit their opinions. Excuse me. You know, one of the things that I've learned as I've been a leader is that a team that has input into a solution that's going to affect them is going to be even more engaged when you do, in fact, include them in the decision making on what's going to happen. So it's very important to respect the individual, solicit their opinions, and make sure that they are a part of the solution. And that's how I think you develop a cohesive team, and one that individuals feel confident and comfortable voicing their opinions. You know, not everybody does feel confident in voicing their opinion.
Right.
They don't want to be wrong, or you know, they don't want, you know, anybody to make fun of them or anything like that. I mean, there's some very serious ramifications where people feel even threatened in some situations about sharing their opinions about stuff. But I highly recommend it, and I encourage it, as well as oh goodness gracious, I can't think of the word. It's getting a little bit late in the day. But yeah, so you know, you have to engage the team at every level, respect everybody, and then just obviously, you know, build that environment that people feel like they can voice their opinion, free of retribution or ridicule. And so I think that's what we've done with our teams here at Waterfront.
Yeah, I think, you know, I agree with you. You know, it's really important that, and I know even on our end here at the mission, on the ministry side, you know, that's one of the things we talked a little bit about. You talked about the Akron ARSA conference, was that creating that kind of culture where people feel safe to be able to come to you and ask. You know, they shouldn't be terrified to come knock on your door in your office and come talk to you and stuff. So
I'm a teddy bear.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. How do you handle conflict or challenges amongst your team members?
What challenges or conflicts, Robert? I mean,
I would hope you had some, because if everything's just smooth and easy, then.
No, you obviously know that working in God's kingdom work brings challenges every day. You know, we talk about it often, that the enemy just revels in the idea of causing angst and discontent amongst Christians, and you know, getting you to take your eye off the ball. So one of the key ways to resolve those conflicts and overcome those challenges is to have open and honest dialogue. You know, if you're having an issue with someone, don't wait until it festers and gets 10 times bigger than what it is. Go to that person and have a conversation about it. We're all adults. We all work, you know, in the ministry, and so we should be able to sit down and say, Robert, you know, I didn't really appreciate the way you did something, or Robert, you were really, you know, good in this situation. I mean, having those conversations is key. And just being open and transparent.
Might even be biblical. Isn't it in the Bible somewhere? It says that.
It is actually. Don't ask me to quote Bible and verse right now, though, Robert. I'm sure I don't even know what my name is right now.
No, I get it. No, you're absolutely right. Having those conversations, and I tell the clients all the time, the people that are in our programs and stuff, that I'd rather have one person in my life that was honest and open enough to come to me and tell me the truth, and then have 20. Like, I would love to have an entourage, people following me around and laughing at all my jokes and all that. And
That's my
everything.
entourage right there.
There you go. But I having those people that in your life that'll speak truth into your life, hold you accountable, and that is so important.
It truly
as
is.
well.
Absolutely. Call you out when you're when you
Yes.
need to be called out for sure.
And you got to be a big boy, be able to take it too. You be able to take constructive criticism. And I get my feelings hurt every once in a while, and I'll pout for a little bit, and I'll have to get over it. And so
I'm sure I do the same actually. So, but you're right. I mean, I actually solicit constructive criticism from the team. I absolutely require it actually, because if I find out that I've been doing something wrong, and you had the opportunity to tell me to change my way and maybe do it a different way, and that was the right way to do things, but a year later, then that's a conversation you just don't want to have, because I would rather you tell me to change it, do it right the first time. It's not going to hurt my feelings. I got thick skin for sure.
Right. All right. You have any questions for me, or?
Robert, obviously you've been associated with the mission for 18 years in total. What has been your one takeaway from the industry as a whole that we work in? So homelessness and addiction recovery. What's your biggest takeaway from working in that industry for so long?
Man, there's so many I can think of. So every Christmas, especially when my kids were younger, growing up and everything, on Christmas Eve, we do this every year. We'd go to my in-laws' house and eat dinner and everything, and then we would come up here to the mission to give out gifts and stuff to all of our program men and women, or men at the time, and then all the overnight guests would get gifts as well. So we would come up, and my kids would come up here with me, and they dressed up in little elf costumes and everything. It was really cute, and they would pass the presents out to the clients and stuff, tell them Merry Christmas. We love you. Jesus loves you. That's what this is all about, is Jesus.
Absolutely.
And a guy came back to my office the next day, and he said, Robert, he said, Chaplain Robert, that meant more to me than anything else in the world. He said, I was thinking about ending my life today, and that little girl came up and gave me a gift and gave it to me, and I thought, wow, here it is, Christmas time. You're supposed to be with your families and your loved ones, eating dinner and hanging out and everything. And here this little girl comes up and gives me, and cared about me enough. Y'all cared about me enough to give me a gift. It wasn't a lot. It wasn't anything spectacular, but it was something, and it was the heart and the love behind it, and that impacted me. And it was like, it reminded me that that's why I do what I do on a daily basis. It ain't for prestige, or it ain't for anything else, but it's because that's what God has called me to. And when you have a calling in your life, that's where the rubber meets the road. That's what the mission's all about, is loving others right where they're at. Jesus loved people right where they were at. He didn't go, he went to the synagogues and all that, but he was where the people were at. He was at the well, it was the Walmart of the day, right? The center of the town. He was right where the people were at. And us being able to reach out to people and love people right where we're at, that's, to me, it means more to me than anything else. So, and I think the Waterfront represents that. Do we have to be strict and tough sometimes? Absolutely. You got to have, I tell everybody all the time, you got to have rules and guidelines everywhere you go, or you have chaos. But to show others the love of Jesus, because he loved me. Hey, he loves you. If he could love me, he can love anybody. So then that's the way I feel like that's had the most impact on me, and that's what keeps me in an organization for 18 years, is because I love the Lord and I know that the Lord is here. So
that's fantastic. Fantastic. Well, very good, sir. Well, thank you so much for stopping by,
Yeah.
having a conversation with me
Well,
on the
thank
bench.
you for doing this, man. This is, I know it's been challenging,
It's
but
been a challenge.
I
Just
know
a
it's
little
been a
bit.
challenge, but man, what a blessing, man. I sure appreciate you and your leadership. And,
Thank you.
we pray for you and the whole executive team all the time here at the mission, because we're in the heat of the battle, but we know that you guys are right there with us all the time.
Very good. Thank
So,
you. I
thank you.
appreciate you saying that. All right, guys. Oh, again, thank you.
Thank you.
Kayla's going to get you some hand warmers.
Well, it's so funny. And yeah, you have to use that and keep it close. But one of Mark's ideas was to bring the couch out here. I said, well, no, on two reasons. One, my we're on.
Okay.
Mark was like, well, we'll bring the
Aaron,
couch out. I
and
said,
we're
no,
back
we
with a
can't do
brand
that.
new
I
season
said,
of
first, my
Dragonfly
family
TV,
would
and
needle
this
me for the rest of
season's
my
new
life.
star
That's not a
is
bench.
Nana.
That was a couch.
Every
And
episode
two,
is
those
about the
couches
Nana
are
world,
actually
or
very
things that are
comfortable.
really, really
And I would have
small.
fallen asleep. And it's been very
In fact,
interesting
nano-sized things are
as
so
they've been
small
monitoring
you can't even see them.
the nationwide feed. They've noticed some participants have been just sleeping on the bench, and I'm like, I thought we were supposed to have conversations, and so it's been interesting to watch the different, approaches to this entire event.
Now, are you mic'd?
I am.
Oh, okay.
I get the good stuff.
Okay,
You have
yeah,
to
I'll have
you have to hold your mic up to your face if we want to hear what you have to say.
I
So,
got it.
so hold on.
Morning.
So good morning. So Chris, do me a quick favor. Would you introduce yourself to the viewing audience?
Chris Kelly, previous board member for 15 years, I think.
15.
And supporter of the mission, friend of the mission for longer than that. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah, friend of yours
Oh
for
yeah.
a long time too.
A long time.
Yeah, through our daughters.
I actually I shared a little bit of that story actually, and how you and John had both recommended me for potential board service, independent of each other. You didn't have any, preconceived conversations about, people that you guys both know, and that's what really set me on the path to being in this role now. So I tell people, if you really want someone to blame, it's Chris and John.
Yeah. How long ago was that?
Oh, 2017.
Yeah, because you were a board member prior to taking over the lead.
Yes, I was. I served as the treasurer for 4 years plus. And it was just after we got through as an organization the financial issues that we found ourselves in, the financial difficulties that Devin pulled us through, and then once we got past that storm, we started to look for additional board members to serve, and then that's where I came in. And so
I think on the recommendation of John, I think you came on the board via John, right?
well, you and John.
Oh, that's right. We did know each other before that. That's right.
We did, actually. We did. We knew each other. Well, I was actually sharing the conversation that, hey, back up. I first met you at UWF because Annie and Katie were in the piano recital.
Wow.
And you actually came up to me and introduced yourself to me, and because we had kind of heard of each other from Katie and Annie, but hadn't really met until that moment. So
Wow, you have a really good memory. Because my first memory is the camping trip.
oh, that was a good camping trip.
That
though.
was a good camping trip
But-
with you and I hiking, and the girls and everybody from their co-op group. That was my memory. And then graduation after that.
Oh, yeah.
And so many other things that happened. It's interesting that you say that, because the previous 3 board members, and that's in my tenure, so I don't know beyond that, all came from the previous 3 presidents all came from the board.
Oh,
They had all
interesting.
served. Devin was on the. No, I take that back. Devin was not on the board, so
No, yeah,
Nick was on the board.
Yeah, I think Devin came in as a chief operating officer
Yes.
under Mick.
Yes.
And really kind of righted the ship, or began to right the ship for Waterfront. So yeah,
Yeah.
good stuff.
I was thinking about it as I was driving over here this morning that I don't know when my first encounter with Waterfront, because I grew up here,
Mhm.
and obviously Waterfront's been around for more than 75 years. So I was aware of Waterfront. I knew of Waterfront. That's when it had the downtown presence. Matter of fact, my transition from being familiar with Waterfront and then actually starting to serve in Waterfront, one of the memories I have is having lunch with Chaplain Frederick at the old facility right before they started tearing it down.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And loved, actually. I mean, this facility is fantastic as far as what it offers and the services that we now have and the space that we now have. Downtown building was great in the sense that it always kept the homeless situation at the forefront of people's mind.
Mm-hmm.
Because people worked downtown, drove downtown, and Waterfront had an incredible reputation of having one of the cleanest properties,
Mm.
you know, one of the nicest buildings. They were great downtown partners. But it was right before, after the downtown building was torn down, that I started serving, and it was a guy named Randy Peacock.
Okay.
Many years ago, friend of Mick's, friend of Devin's, that invited the youth group in the church to come and do a service night. So we came and, you know, had dinner with everybody, did chapel, and I think we did that a couple of times. And,
Okay.
I don't want to talk too much because I want you to stay alert.
I'm telling you, you were joking about having this monotone voice, and I'm like, well, I thought you weren't going to do that.
I'll try to be more
Upbeat.
Upbeat, yeah. So I went through a season where my wife and I discovered that I was serving in a lot of different capacities outside the house.
You've shared this with
Church,
me.
yeah, and different boards in town. And we slowly started to peel back some of the obligations that we had. The kids, you know, we have 4 kids at the time. Well, we still have 4 kids, but now they're grown and out of the house. And then I told my wife, I said, I'm not going to join another board unless it's something I truly care about and it's something we agree upon. And
Very nice.
no joke, within a very short period of time after that, I don't remember exactly when, Mick Bro called me and said, hey, you know, and Mick's not like, hey, what would you think about serving the board? It's like, I want you to serve on the board.
Okay, very nice.
And it met the criteria. It was something we cared about. It was something we agreed about.
Mhm.
And that was the start. Gosh, the board, even where we met and who was on it over that 15-year period changed so much. And
Oh,
we
it
went
really
through
did.
so many, God allowed us to go through so many things. And then to see this building built, to see this garden we're sitting in. As a matter of fact, my
Mhm.
father's memorial.
I can't, it's over here.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
over here. So being an Army brat in a Navy, Marine, Air Force town, yeah, I was proud to be able to honor my dad on the Army section of that. But that's been before the 15 years. Of course, I rolled off the board a couple of years ago. So that was 18, 19 years ago.
Yeah.
I know I don't look that old, but that was that long ago.
And I'm sorry it took me that long to get you off the board. Quite frankly, I should have been able to do it much sooner. Of course, I'm joking with you.
Well, I will say you were very kind when it came to the point where I realized that my season had come to an end and I needed to back away. I talked to you about, you know, when that timing was, and you were incredibly encouraging and gracious to let me, actually encouraging me to just go ahead and take that transition.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, so but honestly, Chris, you were one of the highlights of my board service. And
You are punchy. You haven't had enough sleep.
I haven't had enough sleep. I love you, man.
I would have come out here at 2:00 in the morning. That would have been fun, and we could have done that.
Well, you could have come on right after Katie.
Yeah.
Katie came and
Yeah.
sat down with me at 1.
Oh, that's fantastic. Katie's doing a fantastic job with the social media around the thrift center, the online thrift center.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of fun watching her videos.
Her little videos with the team.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The first one absolutely still just makes me smile just thinking
The
of it.
fishing one?
The one where it's just her and she's doing the different things, pointing at various
yes.
items in the thrift store. It's like the deadpan looks that she gives is hilarious to me.
Yeah, and there's some really amazing things. I mean, I remember, and you'll have something to say about this.
Always.
I have far too many pictures of famous Alabama football plays in my office.
So one?
No. So in my office and at home, and my wife finally said, you've got way too many of these things. So instead of just walking into the thrift store and saying, you know, I'm going to donate this, I gave it to Katie. I said, this is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'm sure. But she was able to actually get a good price for it on the online store. So it's really
well,
interesting how that's developed.
Well, thank you.
And it's interesting what people donate.
The
value of things that people donate sometimes.
We talked about that. I thought something fell. I thought I was spilling my coffee. Yeah, we talked about that, the importance of the online store and the reach that she has developed with it. You know, we're international.
Oh, and she's got repeat customers that just watch the site for things.
Absolutely. And we talked specifically about one of the customers that she's helped cultivate over the course of the last many years in Northern California. Now, the question becomes, when is someone from Northern California going to ever walk into one of our thrift stores along the Gulf Coast and then spend as much money as this person has? The chances are slim, quite frankly. So that the online store has allowed us a greater reach into other markets. And she was talking about they've shipped to Guam. Spain was one of their first international ones. So that has also ramped up. Italy, of course, we can't leave out Italy. And of course across the entire country. And so she's doing just an excellent job, and she's taken ownership of it, quite frankly. She's treating it like her own business, and fun. She did say that she was part of the reason why she enjoys doing what she does is because me. And we have it on video. So she can't deny it. Whatever she says later today, it's a total lie.
Well, and if I can speak to that, because I'm thinking of Katie and all she's done with the online store, but then you think of Lexi and what she's doing with grants and things like that. Isn't it cool that we've got so many young people?
Well, that's by design, actually. One of the things I've been talking with the executive team, our very elderly executive team, quite frankly, is that we need an infusion of young youth.
Yeah.
And so Lexi was one of the first ones. Katie came on right before her or just after her. I can't quite remember. Jessica, our controller, is doing a great job, and that's her right there, actually. And so we have really made it a strategic imperative to bring in youth and talent, and so that we can train them up to be the next generation of leaders for the waterfront.
So not only that, but I think, I tell people my first 5 years on the board at Waterfront was re-educating myself on what truly were the issues behind the homeless community. And one of the things that is there's a lot of misconceptions as to what it takes to help somebody transition out of a homeless situation. And somehow in Pensacola, I think that misunderstanding can sometimes be amplified with even the younger community.
Oh, absolutely.
So having people, again, when I got on the board and I kept hearing things, I'm like, well, I didn't think that, I didn't think that, I didn't think that. So for just the senior, more mature people, it's great to have younger people involved. And even from a volunteer standpoint, I'm not as familiar with what happens on the volunteer standpoint at Waterfront, but even have younger people coming down here and volunteering and being involved, I think could be very, very impactful, not just for the mission, but hopefully for the clients.
Absolutely, and
the clients are a demographic where younger people is growing as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's growth in all the demographics, actually, in homelessness. But when talking with Lexi, actually, even yesterday, she's been associated with the mission. Her dad, Jason, has been working here for 18 years. And so even at a very young age, she was here at the mission, mostly downtown, but then probably here as well.
Probably some Thanksgiving.
Some Christmas and things of that nature. And she's learned by example from her parents about what it means to serve.
Yeah.
And so that's truly something that is lost on the majority of families today. They don't know how to give back as much as they used to.
Yeah. Yes. So I love seeing the young people, but then again, I love seeing all the people that I've known on this, that work here and have been involved with the mission for 17 plus years too. You've got some depth. I was just talking to Dave when I came in. I think he said he's been here 22 years.
He has, and I'm not sure exactly how Dave got saddled with the overnight hours for this event, but he's been a trooper.
He's chipper.
There may be a picture of him sleeping in the chair. So I'm just saying.
That's why he's chipper. He got a nap.
He got a nap, and I'd be chipper too. So, but yeah, no, and when you love what you do, and you do it with all your heart, it's not a job.
Yeah.
And I think all of the individuals that work with us have truly been called to serve the mission and serve God's people in a way that a lot of people don't necessarily have the capacity to do.
and you have held to the gospel in the midst of the way you serve all these years. That's one of my that's one of the things I'm most thankful for with the mission is there is so much pressure nowadays, and has been for years, to kind of compromise on this point or that point because of funding, because of a variety of reasons I won't try to highlight, but the mission has never swayed from if you don't have a friend in the world, you will find a friend in Jesus, and you will find a friend here.
Absolutely.
And the gospel and the chapel talks and the chaplains and the heart of everybody that serves. And I'm in my mind, I'm going through people I remember who are no longer here, but served for a period of time and just love the clients and love the Lord. So I hope people can, and even in that, funding, which has been an interesting dynamic in the last 17 years as to where money comes from, and how the thrift stores have shifted through those years. But it's fascinating because donors are both believers and non-believers, Christians and non-Christians, because the problem is not a church problem. Well, let me say this: the problem is a church problem in the stance that we're supposed to care for those who are down and out, but the problem's a community problem as well. The problem's
Absolutely.
a national problem. And so to see so many donors from every denomination, every faith background, but also people who are not people of faith also see the need and support the mission.
Absolutely. That's very true, actually. So, oh, goodness gracious.
I'm trying to don't give you away.
Well, I also have some hand warmers now because, up until about an hour ago, it's been quite pleasant out as far as, and I think the temperature has dropped at least 10 degrees, which means my body temperature probably dropped 20 degrees.
Which, by the way, is appropriate because one of the things that people need to understand is Waterfront Rescue Mission is also a designated site for times of inclement weather.
Oh, absolutely.
And packs out during those times.
We've been talking about those kind of moments since the very beginning with our conversation with Jason, and we have used the example of Snowmageddon this past January. One of the great things about that was, one, we were up for the task.
Yeah.
And we had more than 360 individuals in both of our missions combined. That's huge.
Yeah.
And one of the takeaways I had was, like, on day 2, snow still covering everything. I was here at the mission, just trying to be a support, trying not to mess anything up for anybody. And we had people starting to wander outside, and there was a group of individuals that had been staying with us that started a snowball fight out in front of the mission by our cross out front. And I thought, that's awesome. That's all. Don't hit me though.
Yeah.
But no, it was just in the midst of everybody sheltering in place and weathering the storm, literally, they were able to find a moment of joy and being able to frolic out front in the snow, throwing snowballs at each other.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Also, had the opportunity to look at the time. Gosh, 30 minutes goes by quick. We're not quick enough. I know it. I know it's 2:00 in the morning. It doesn't I feel like it was go by quick. But also had the opportunity to be involved in the leadership classes. Which is one of the most humbling things I've ever been involved with. And I did a class on friendships. Biblical friendship. What does it mean to be a friend, and what are our examples in the Bible of what friends are about? But thoroughly loved the men that were in that room. We had the discussions we have. It's one of the highlights of my times at Waterfront too, and that's still going on.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's still going on.
And remind people what the classes are that go in the leadership class. And once somebody says, "Hey, I want to enter in the program. I want to see if I can get some more help."
So I think you're referring to the classes that we conduct in our addiction recovery program.
Yes.
So I mean, there's classes from financial accountability, anger management, leadership 101, how to write a resume, how to perform at a job interview. I mean, these are just some of the things that a lot of us can take for granted because we've done them over and over again through our professional careers, but these men that have come through the program may not have had that opportunity or that experience. And so yes, we still do that, and those are peppered in through our Christ-centered focus through our Genesis process, as you know. And so yeah, and we always are looking for additional mentors and teachers that want to teach. John has continued to teach. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for individuals to help train up men.
Well, it's funny because even though my career is in finance, I didn't teach the finance course. I taught the friendship course, but I sat in one time to the guy that taught the finance course, and I want to say he was either a chaplain or a graduate. I can't remember who it was, but I can still remember his voice,
Mm-hmm.
and how he would hit. The way he talked to the guys was full of love,
Mm-hmm.
but very direct.
Absolutely.
And the thing he taught me, he said, you're going to have people that meet these guys, that love these guys, that want to just lavish. The conversation that was coming up is, this person's gotten a job, but he's having a hard time getting to the job.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody's like, well, I want to give him a car. And he said, don't. I'll never forget that. He said, these guys are building such a foundation, not only biblically and faith-wise, but also financially,
Mm-hmm.
and accountability and friendship-wise and stuff like that. And he talked about the importance of them being the ones that invested in that automobile, and nothing wrong with generosity, and nothing wrong with just, by the way, lavishing on the mission, support the mission. But I'll never forget that class and how just rock solid it was, and not from a guy who'd spent 20 years in finance, but a guy that had been in the shoes of all the clients, and knowing what it took to help them, take a step up,
Mm-hmm.
and then build a foundation there and take another step up, and build a foundation there and take another step up. But yeah, you've got some amazing, and you could talk about this, and you probably already have, but you've got some amazing people. We saw Michael D's picture walking through the hallway,
Mm-hmm.
who are giving to the mission, who have been through the program.
Oh yeah.
And that's just, again, that's humbling.
It really is, but it's a testimony to the organization that we work with. I have said it once. I'll say it again. We're an organization of second chances.
Yes, and
Yeah,
third.
and thirds, and
And
sometimes fourth and
Yeah.
fifths. Absolutely, and so that's imperative because Michael Dees is a great example of what dedication and hard work and focusing on
Yes.
your own self can really do. I mean, he's been in recovery for probably 28 years now, I think was the last tally. And he's managed to create a great little business,
Yes.
and he hires individuals coming out of our program all the time.
Yeah.
And so that's great. I mean, there's example after example after example. Ronnie Lawson. Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. Don't say it.
Other people.
Other people. That guy, the guy.
That guy.
That guy who knew a guy. Oh gosh, it's going to drive me insane now that I can't think of his name. It's right on the tip of my tongue.
But Scripture says it'll come.
Charles
to what I tell.
Milky.
What?
Charles.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, another great example.
Well, and, my wife has this great saying that when you go through hard times, she says, "This might not be about you." and to see people living out the biblical principle of God will allow us to go through difficulties so that we can be an encouragement to others when they go through difficulty.
Oh yeah.
And that's those people in spades, just coming back and serving the place where they were served. You said something a little bit earlier I want to hit.
Okay.
When you said we're a place of second chances, third, fourth, fifth. That was one of the big things that one of the many things I had to actually learn about the homeless community and what it takes to get out of that. Some people think, gosh, if I just get them in a 6-week program and, teach them these 7 things, they're going to walk out the door and get a job at the bank, and everything's going to be wonderful.
Everything's going to be hunky-dory, right?
And the amount of hold that addiction or homelessness can have on a person. And somebody said it in one of the first meetings, because if they're in the program for 4 weeks and they drop out, I want them coming back. Because the more times they come in, the more time they spend here, the higher the possibility of full recovery and to getting back in the community, and how incredibly difficult it is once you've been in that lifestyle for any period of time but especially for long periods of time. So it's not a 6-week class that's going to put you as the next loan officer at the bank downtown.
No, actually, and it actually reminds me of our addiction recovery program when I first came on board. Although it had similar characteristics to what it has now, where we have the 3 phases, we were really focusing on the second phase, which was the life builder phase. And we were having guys go through the program. We were graduating them after the 90 days, and then the relapse would just continue to happen. And I remember sitting down with Jason and talking about, it's like, wait a minute, it's like, we're losing people on the front end, we're losing people on the back end. What are we missing? And we have been tweaking this program for the last 4 years now. And we got it rocking and rolling right now with the Genesis process and the 3 distinct phases: recovery, readiness, life builder, and then of course CDP. But the one thing that I remember learning very early on, we actually, Jason and Bob Rogers and I went to Home of Grace over in Van Cleve, Mississippi. And Josh and his crew out there just have a great process. But the thing that stuck with me, other than the beautiful sprawling campuses that if you didn't know you were going there and you didn't have a GPS, you would never find it.
Yeah.
Free from distraction.
Yes.
And they could center their minds and their efforts onto their studies and their sobriety. But the thing that stood out for me throughout that site visit was the longer a person is in a recovery program, the greater chances they have to be successful outside of that program.
Yes.
And so they actually have a 2-year program, and now ours is 9 months to a year, and sometimes longer depending on the circumstances for the individual man. And so, one of our big ticket items that we would love to have, all things being equal, is a standalone facility similar to Home of Grace, where it's out of the way, it's free from the distractions of, city life, if you will, where individuals can just truly, center themselves while they're getting straight. But that it's large enough and big enough to house men for longer periods of time, because that structure is what really kind of solidifies the foundation of their sobriety moving forward.
And for some reason, it seems like we understood that when we had the women's program originally, and that was set up, which closed for a while and is now reopening again. But we seem to understand that the longer the women were in the women's program, the more successful. And it was almost like a given at the time. Well, that's what we need to do, is we need to have these longer programs. But we didn't reflect that in the guys program for some reason back then.
I couldn't really speak to that actually, but we've obviously figured that one out, and it's in a great place, and we're seeing some great stories come out of it.
So I want to give an encouragement, because I see this other handsome man coming in to take my place, who has talking about who has a history of the mission.
No, he's our historian.
Yeah, he's the historian. Bob's coming on, but just as encouragement for anybody who might come across this, if somebody finds this video and says, Waterfront's interesting, what next? I just encourage people locally to take a tour.
Absolutely.
There's something about the tours that I love hearing people when they finish the tour going, gosh, I never realized, I never knew. This is an amazing facility. It's busy.
That's so funny. We affectionately call it the I had no idea tour. Inevitably, someone who tours our facility for the first time goes, I had no idea.
Oh, and that happens when you got the respite section here.
I had no idea you did all these things. I had no idea it was this clean.
Yes.
Or you did this many things. It's crazy because, and we've touched on this over the last many hours, but it's because there's this negative image about what a homeless shelter or addiction recovery program is supposed to look like. It's supposed to be this dark, dingy place. And they walk into this place and it's inviting, and it's got our caption on the front saying, if you don't have a friend in the world, you'll find one here. And that's counterintuitive to what people see on TV and in the movies. And so someone will always say that, and it's so funny. But one of the things I've tasked Mark with is to remove that tagline that they had no idea. We've been doing this for 76, going on to 77 years now, and we still have community members that have no idea
Have no
of what
idea.
we do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that's part of the reason why we're doing something like this. Not only is today National Homeless Awareness Day, so we're shining a light on the homeless situation in Escambia County and Mobile County, but we're also shining a light on what we're doing to try to help tackle that situation.
Yes.
And it's almost like a call to arms, if you will, of community partners, community leaders, elected officials to come together and let's really seriously sit down and have a conversation and come up with some really good solutions.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's time.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
Well, Clay, my time is up and Bob's time is here. So thank you very much for sitting on the bench all night long.
Thank you so much for coming and participating with it, Chris.
I was thrilled when I was asked, and just pray that this is a fruitful time, and there's seeds that are being thrown and seeds that are falling on good ground with this video.
We have already had some incredible conversations, and I just know that we're going to finish strong, and then I'll be able to go home and take a nap. Oh.
Love you, brother.
Love you. Thank you, sir.
You don't want me to leave this.
I certainly don't. I'm actually finished with this. Would you mind just dumping that out and throwing it away? Oh, I lost my. Say it again.
Lab's gonna be up for an hour, so we'll give you a break.
They're going to interview me for an hour. Whatever. Okay.
A little bit longer.
Okay, we're good. We're good. Just whenever you're ready, Bob. Good morning,
How you doing,
sir.
brother? Good to see you, my friend.
Have a seat.
You
Grab.
still awake, man?
Barely.